fractures, spine care, and more. Most major insurance plans are accepted. Choose better, move better. Appointments available at hss.edu.
Calling all Hoops fans. Ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shots during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night of the playoffs. Don't miss a single highlight or buzzer-beating shot by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. Make your bets and experience the thrill of the NBA playoffs like never before. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Every time you're driving or riding on New York City streets, you make choices. They may feel small, like speeding or trying to beat the light, but the choices you make can have life-changing consequences. And in that moment, you wish you could take it back. One choice can change everything. You can't rewind a crash. This message is brought to you by the New York City Department of Transportation.
Hey, this is Sal Licata. Right now is the time to make sure that your current cooling system is ready for hot weather. You don't want it to fail when it's 90 degrees out, and if it's over 15 years old, you're wasting your money. Get a new high-efficiency AC system right now from my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling. They are New Jersey's air conditioning experts and have been for decades. Take it from me. These guys have done plenty of work on my house. You'll save money and stay cooler. Contact them now at edisonhvac.com. That's edisonhvac.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo, on a beautiful Saturday afternoon right here on The Fan. 888-808-1019 is the number to get involved. As always, the Derby's about to kick off. For the few of you that care about that, we've got a huge Game 7 tonight, Sixers Celtics, with implications, obviously, of who plays the Knicks next. So we'll get into that. The Mets look to win 2 in a row. Could you say on the verge of a winning streak? I don't want to get ahead of myself too much there. We'll get into the Giants and the Jets. But first, we start with another great start to another weekend, or not even weekend, to another series against a rival, as the Yankees took care of business last week against the Red Sox and the Astros, and they're starting to take care of business early on against the Orioles, taking the first 2 out of 3, and they continue to find ways to win differently every night, whether it's on the backs of pitching or timely hitting or power. Some nights it's been the bullpen. Other days it has been a crisp defensive performance. But the Yankees have showed time and time again why they are the best team in the American League, and right now look like the best team in all of baseball. Because when I look across to the other league, yes, we'll get into the Dodgers and the Braves, who I thought would be the two teams that would compete with the Yankees the most. But in the American League, if you're a Yankee fan, even the most negative of negative Yankee fans, how could you walk away from this month and a half of baseball and say, I'm afraid of this team or that team in the American League? Because you can't. They are so head and shoulders, far and wide better than any other team in the American League. It's not even funny. Today, you get 2 big bombs, 4 hits in 4 at-bats from Cody Bellinger as he's turning a corner. Not that he's been bad, but he's starting to get hot. Grisham adds 2 hits, a home run. Judge, obviously, getting walked. And here's the thing. If Bellinger gets extremely hot to the point that, yes, he's been good. He's not been great, but he's been good so far to start. Today, I bumped his average up to 275 today. But, I think he came into the game 260 or whatever it was. He's been fine. But if he gets hot and Ben Rice stays playing the way he is, teams are going to be forced to pitch to Aaron Judge at some point. The pitching staff is the best in baseball by a mile, and the 2 big dogs to go along with Max Fried and Cam Schlittler, Garrett Cole, and Carlos Rodon aren't even back yet. Garrett Cole made his 3rd rehab start. He got into the 6th. He went 5 2/3. He's going to make another rehab start this week on the 5th. Carlos Rodon had his 2nd rehab start earlier in the week. I think it was Thursday. Where is it? 76 pitches, 5 1/3 innings. So he's got maybe a start or 2 before he's back. So by the beginning of June, I don't think it's crazy to say that both these guys are going to be back. You avoided a major injury concern in Jason Dominguez. This week, you could potentially get back Anthony Volpe. And I know that doesn't excite a lot of Yankee fans, but right now, they are getting the dogs back. And they've been the best team in the American League, and they're not even 100%. They haven't even gotten really offensively the majority of that lineup going yet. Jazz has not hit. Grisham hasn't hit. McMahon's been terrible. You'll mix in Dominguez, obviously, as he's been getting starts. He DH'd today. But, Caballero's added a nice little, spark to this team as well. Last night, adding the home run. Obviously, what he does on the base paths defensively, he adds a little bit of a looseness to this team that I feel like they've needed with him and Jazz up the middle. A lot of fun. It feels like they keep the team loose. There is not a part of this team, even if you want to nitpick the bullpen, that I sit there and tell you that they drastically need help at. There isn't a part of this team that I wouldn't stack up against maybe any other team in baseball. Their bullpen, sure, but if it's not bad, so it's not one of the best. Their offense, one of the best, and it hasn't even gotten going. Starting pitching, one of the best. It's not even healthy yet. The bullpen, sure, it's not one of the best bullpens in baseball. It's not a bottom 10 bullpen. It's probably middle of the road. And that is, if your biggest issue is you need to, tweak the bullpen a little bit, just a little bit, that's the area you want to chase at the deadline. And we'll get into that as well. Weathers gives you, 5 innings, 1 earned run, 3 runs overall. The error from Ben Rice on the throw. Duvall, yes, struggled today, but I thought he had started to kind of round out. You got a good outing out of Bird. Blackburn's been pretty, consistent. And I think that's a key when you have a guy that can eat innings like that out of the bullpen. Obviously, Hill's been awesome. He gave you the 1 batter today. But the Yankees are as complete of a team. And when I mean complete, I'm not just saying, they could hit, they could pitch. They field the ball well. which was something that was a huge complaint a year, 2 years ago. They can hit for power. They get timely hitting. They work counts. They do all the little things and still are able to bop the ball all over the ballpark. Their starting pitching is excellent, and their bullpen is good. And with the guys coming back, Cole and Rodon, I think they should get Clark Schmidt back as well. Clark Schmidt, second half of 2026, so we're not going to guarantee anything there. They only are going to help the bullpen with that because you're not going to just send everybody down. You're gonna have to keep the best, whatever it is, 13 pitchers on the roster. So they have a lot right now working in their favors. They do everything. They run the bases. They hit for power. They hit for contact. They're able to move a guy over. They field the ball. They pitch. They get out of tough situations from the bullpen. This Yankees team is the best team in the American League and maybe all of baseball, and that includes the Dodgers. That includes the Braves. And right now, I'm not going to put the Braves ahead of them, but this early in the season, why are you comparing yourself to National League teams when you're not going to have to worry about those teams until you get to the World Series? But in a 2-week span, you dominated the Red Sox. You dominated the Astros, and we're very close to sweeping the Astros. You've dominated the Orioles early on. Sure, Alonso's hit his 2 home runs, as he does, as meaningful as, those home runs could be. It's very much Pete Alonso homers. They have done anything that you could ask for as a Yankee fan. And for a fan base that is increasingly negative, and the Derby's off and running right now, increases. So in 30 seconds, we'll be past that. We can move on from that as well, for the big Derby people out there. I'm sorry. The Yankees have had this narrative around them. And a lot of you are just never going to allow it to happen until the postseason comes. But the most negative Yankee fan can look at this team and say they are as good as anyone. They are better than everyone in the American League right now. You cannot point to me and tell me that the Blue Jays, the Rangers, the Tigers, whoever it is, whatever team in the American League you want to compare them to, there is no way you could put them in the same class as this Yankees team. 888-808-1019. And we got the obviously I said the Derby is underway. 7:30 tip for Celtics. Sixers. We'll dive into that. We'll react to that live as the Knicks put together the most perfect performance a Knicks team has ever put together in a half of basketball, that first half, because who cares about the second half. They put together such a perfect first half of basketball and made it so easy. And for the last 3 games of that series, and maybe what was needed was a little bit of embarrassment early on in that series to really jumpstart this Knicks team to send them into another stratosphere. They are geared up for a second-round matchup. And I'm not saying I don't prefer one or the other, because I definitely do. And we'll jump into that. But I am not worried right now about the opponent of the second round, because the Knicks have showed up in a 3 games, leading into the second round. Was it Golden Tempo? Was that who won? I think Golden Tempo is the winner. I hope that's my guy Mike Rapoli's horse, because, that'll, jumpstart St. John's a little bit. That's about as much as I care about the Derby, is what, my guy Mike Rapoli, big St. John's donor, does it, because, all that means is more cash for the NIL fund. When it comes to the Knicks, though, and, yeah, Golden Temple, okay. So there we go. The horse won. Do you think the horse knows it's racing? Oh, I'm joking. I'm not diving into that. The only horses I care about is the horses the Knicks got trotting out there going into the second round. They played in every aspect, every complaint I've had about this team at some point in the year. Whether it was Cat not being aggressive enough, both offensively and defensively. OG not believing in himself as the talent that he is, the elite 2-way player that he is. that was absolved. Jalen Brunson being able to overcome shooting woes, which he obviously was able to pivot into, his rhythm. And maybe it was the end of game 4 where he's out there. Was it game 4? The end of game 4 where he's out there and you're not really feeling like it was a necessity to have him out there, but I think they kept him out there to get him to get a couple buckets to fall. Maybe that's what did it. Mikal Bridges looked immensely better. And I don't need him to score 15, 20 points a night. I do need him to look like a little bit of a threat offensively just to space the floor, and he needs to do his job defensively. The bench showed up big, and every complaint, the two-man game between Cat and Brunson was working. Josh Hart was doing Josh Hart things. They did everything I needed them to do to build confidence. It was a little rocky there. And I know a lot of Knicks fans are not sold on this team. Just like the Yankees, a lot of you are not sold on this team. A lot of you are waiting for that other shoe to drop where the other issue arises. But Cat and OG, Cat had an amazing series. OG had an epic series that if we are to go on and do amazing things, whether it's just getting to the finals or hopefully winning an NBA title, we're going to look back on this series that OG had and really say to ourselves that this was, I think all Knicks fans have always kind of believed in him and loved him, all that stuff, but this was the game, the 3 games really, that catapulted him into another stratosphere. Even game 3, where he kind of shot them back into that game. He's 4 of 8 from 3. And the big issue with him was his ability to shoot the 3 efficiently, and he shot 56% from the field. He had about 5 shots a game, so whatever you want to say, a little bit over 2.5 on average, but 2 of 3 from 3, 2 of 4, 4 of 8, 3 of 6, 2 of 3, 4 of 6. And he's at his best when he is getting to the hoop, when he is able to bully people around. And if he is playing at that level, that's a game changer. If OG Anunoby is playing at that level, there is not a single team in the NBA that has an ancillary piece. And I do think he is in that borderline all-star, superstar, not superstar, all-star, but you know what I'm saying, like top flight player category. But he is as elite a two-way player there is. And the only, when you look at OKC, they obviously have a lot of guys that do all these things, but their third piece isn't a player like OG Anunoby. They have a deeper, more, in my opinion, more balanced, fleshed out roster. Knicks have a great roster. But when you look at the Celtics, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Vucevic is not that guy. Derek White is not even on that level of OG Anunoby. The Sixers, I would take OG Anunoby right now over Paul George or any of those ancillary pieces on the Sixers. The Cavs, the Magic, the Raptors, so on and so forth. The Pistons don't even have a second piece that's as good as OG Anunoby. And when he's playing at that level, it is hard to stop him. He 29 points in the closeout game, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, a block, 4 steals. In the game prior to that, 17 points, 10 rebounds, a block, 2 steals. Game prior to that, 22 points, 10 rebounds, a block, and a steal, 3 blocks in game 3. His defense, his offense, they would have pulled out game 3. It would have been one of those, wow, what a performance from OG Anunoby. But this has really been the series he's come out and laid the impact that we thought he would actually have. And when you look at Cat and all that he's done, and I'm not trying to overshadow that either because he had an excellent series as well for the Knicks. And if it wasn't for those last 2 performances, really last 3 from OG, we would probably be talking about how he was the true X factor of that series. But 2 triple-doubles. In game 5, he didn't have the triple-double, but he had 16, 14 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. He has done it offensively. And shockingly enough, even though a lot of us do not want to give him that credit, he did it defensively. So right now, as the Knicks gear up for the second round and what we hope is an NBA title run, or at least a finals run, you're getting everything out of the guys that you have worried about. And the big thing is, you haven't even gotten Jalen Brunson really going yet. He was great in those final few games. He didn't have to do much, obviously, in Game 6. But, he bounced back from a really rough, what I thought was first 3 games. Even if, before the final 2 possessions in Game 3, he had started to play a good game. And those final 2 possessions kind of overshadowed it. Gets hurt in Game 4. But Game 5 is the best player on the court, both sides of the ball, or both sides, either team. 39 points, 8 assists. And then last game, got it in minimal playing time for him. 29 minutes is not a lot of playing time for Jalen Brunson. He had his 8 assists, 17 points, 2 steals. And he also had a couple of buckets down low. You could tell he's frustrated with the way he's played. But to shoot over 50% over those last 3 games is a big step in the right direction for him. And not that he was shooting absolutely horrible. He shot 47% basically from the field, 38% from 3. Brunson did not have a great series. But if you could get OG, Cat, and Brunson playing like this at the same time, with the bench doing their jobs, and Bridges, Hart, and Robinson, and, obviously the other pieces, being the defensive leaders, this Knicks team is as good as anyone. And I've said it to the guys at the office. I've said it to my friends, my family. When the Knicks play their A game, no one in the league is as good as them outside of maybe the OKC Thunder. Do I think the Thunder are a better team? Yes. But I'm saying when the Knicks, because we can't, here's the big thing, the if in this conversation. As much as I think the Knicks top level is better than anyone else's in the league, they don't get to that top level rarely, if often. If ever, sorry, not often, the complete opposite of that. It's a big if, obviously. We could see Jalen Brunson have the series of his life, and Cat and OG end up letting us down, or Bridges disappears again. Josh Hart or Deuce or the bench is not doing their job. But we should all be excited at where we thought this team was going into Game 4 and where they are now. And we can all take a step back, including myself. Even me being a positive Knicks fan, I can take a step back and we can all realize those fears, the concerns are gone. And we get to start a new series. And this is just another step in that direction as the Knicks try to reach their ultimate goal, which is an NBA Finals, and maybe give the city a title that it desperately needs. 888-808-1019. Let's kick this thing off. Mario in Long Beach. What's going on, Mario?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. I'm really pumped up. A nice opening monologue about the Knicks. Right now, I've been a Knicks fan for many, many years, and I saw them win their last championship. So I'm a couple of years younger than Benigo, so I've been around a while. That's one good thing about being a little bit older, at least
right.
before championship.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I appreciate you rubbing that in.
No, well, you want to be older? Maybe I'd rather be younger. I don't see him. I'm just saying. Sometimes when you get older, you say, well, what's the benefit of being older? You can't come up with a lot of them.
Right.
So that's one of them. That's all I'm saying. But the thing is, right now, if I had to rate, I know basketball very well. I would say OG Anunoby right now, for these last week or so, or what you're seeing is level right now, is the best two-way player in the NBA. The best two-way player in the NBA, because his defense is off the charts.
His defense is Mario. I got to let you go. It's not your fault. We a couple of the phone lines are a little choppy. I know we had this issue yesterday. But you're right. I didn't mean it just was a little choppy. A couple of the lines. It's on our end, and I know we're working on it. Was an issue yesterday as well, but OG two-way wise. And this is not to say he's the best player in the NBA or a superstar or any of that. When it comes to a guy who plays both sides of the ball, he could score at all 3 levels. He could get to the rim, he can knock down the mid-range, and he can hit the 3. He's one of the best, if not the best, corner three-point shooters in the league. Defensively, there is not a single guy, wing defender-wise. Obviously, you got Wemby and Bam and Rudy Gobert, guys like that in the paint. Wing guys on the wing. And he could also cover a big when you need him to, when you're playing a smaller team. We've seen it with Okongwu And Jalen Johnson, obviously a bigger guy, but he's not a big man. Obviously plays out on the arc. OG is the best wing defender in the league. And it's not just his ability, but his physicality and his physical gifts. He is a big boy. He is built like a tight end. He is, a 6'7", 240 with length. He is a guy that gives you fits. And you saw it with Jalen Johnson. And a guy who is not a bad three-point shooter, but he's not somebody who lives by the three. He lives at getting to the rack, hitting a mid-range shot, stuff like that. And OG saw that, and the fact that he didn't have to respect him as much from three put Jalen Johnson in a terrible position. It's why you saw him have the series that he had. So this Knicks team is going to go very far if OG gives you that. Last year, OG would give you great games, and then either he was hurt, the last two playoff runs at times, or he would just give you these duds. And it wasn't necessarily because of the offense, but you're sitting there, and it's like at times he played scared. And I haven't gotten that. Out of the last month and a half, OG, I don't know, this includes the regular season, obviously, OG has felt like he's been more confident and playing like he knows he's as good as he actually is. As we're moments away from tip-off here in the Sixers-Celtics game in Boston. No Jason Tatum in that game. So that'll play into this game heavily. I still think the Celtics are going to end up pulling this out. But we will see. If the building got abducted by aliens, I don't think any of us would be upset. But, we'll see what happens. 888-808-1019. Moose in Jamaica. What's going on, Moose?
What to do, Gallo? How are you? What's up, Anthony?
What's up, my guy?
What's the word? So yeah, you were spot on. You were pretty much the chamomile tea to the running back Yankee fans who said it was a mistake to run it back. You are the chamomile tea.
I'll take it.
And they're a runaway trade. But let's talk Mets. Listen, I get the Nemo, the contract, like you want to set yourself up to sign Paris Super Bowl, and then in a few off seasons with more contracts come off the books with the bargaining agreement and everything, possibly sign Ali Dela Cruz. I get it, or O'Neal Cruz and move them. I get it. But Pete Alonso was the linchpin, and you see, granted they won last night, but what we've seen in the short sample size of the season is that Soto has no protection when he's healthy and playing, and there's no guy in the lineup besides Soto who any team fears. And them having Pete Alonso, making them have to pitch.
Right. Well, it's the old adage, Moose. It's like, if a guy, even if he's not hitting, like Lindor, if Lindor's in the lineup, even though he was struggling, you have to respect him. If it goes for any good player.
He's
so like,
the leadoff hitter.
Right. No, but I'm saying, Moose, I'm saying that, like, Pete's struggling right now. Pete's been awful. So, like, the Mets' fortunes would probably be the same. But if he's hitting behind Soto, like, we can argue about Bo Bichette's previous. He's still a more feared. I got to let you go, too, just because the lines are choppy. So bear with us today because it's going to be one of those days with the phone lines. The Mets were doomed either way. Let's be honest. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, Nimmo is hitting 300. So right now that feels terrible. But a lot of you couldn't stand Nimmo when he was here. Pete Alonso's been awful. And Edwin Diaz is on the IL until after the All-Star break. And I don't want to hear about Jeff McNeil. We got rid of him. He didn't get there was no ulterior motive to get rid of Jeff McNeil. We were done with Jeff McNeil 2.5 years ago. But as someone who wanted Pete back, I wasn't living and dying on that hill, but I did want Pete back. I was leaning more towards wanting him back. Even when he struggles, it's a bat that you have to fear. It is the difference between him and Bo Bichette is when Bo Bichette's struggling, the worst you got to worry about is him hitting a single. Pete Alonso could struggle. He's still going to wake up and hit 30 homers in a season. He's a power. And the Mets don't have that right now. The Mets don't have a lot of things. They got a big win last night. That's, and they're not a good team, but it's a big win. You come from behind, you get the W. You got to take that, and I think that I'm living on two sides of the coin here because I think they're done. I think they're toast. I'm going to sit there and watch every night like they still have a shot, though, until I always tell myself, I usually give it till the middle of June, and I assess the team from there. They're done, though. They're not a good team. But it is a big win last night. The only guy who hits with runners in scoring position, he doesn't hit any other time, is Marcus Semien. That's not really great. For as great as Soto is, and I know that they also got to give him something to hit. And this is not his fault. This is not me trying to criticize him. He hasn't really hit with runners in scoring position either. Bichette's been terrible, and basically everyone that Stearns has brought in has been mush. Yeah, sure. Weaver and Devin Williams had a good night last night. So you got to build off that. That's all you could do is build off of it. But this team is in trouble. And my biggest thing at this point is I have no problem with them sticking behind Mendoza, even if it's till June. Like I said, maybe they're in the same mindset as me. The middle of June, they want to sit there and wait till they really feel like this team is in dire needs, which they are in dire needs right now, but they may not be viewing that. I want to hear you say it. I don't want to see a written story. I don't want leaked text to John Heyman. I want Stearns and Cohen's to speak. And I'm not really frustrated with Cohen because he's trusting baseball guys, and it's getting him in trouble. But it's a guy that everyone in the league thought was the best GM, up-and-coming GM. The best guy, not named Brian Cashman, was this guy, and he's been a disaster. He's had one good move in the last 2 years, and it was Clay Holmes. I guess Luis Torrens, if you want to go that route. But that bleeds into that 2024 season. They are in such dire straits. Last night was fun. It's a big win. Mauricio, you like to see the young guy doing something, and that's what a lot of, my fandom is going to be. It's going to be a lot of us. It's going to be watching these young guys, McLean and Alvarez and Mauricio, and hope that they do something. But, and it's fresh now because you heard Alonso speak yesterday. We'll play that audio later in the show. And he hits the 2 home runs. They ended up being, meaningless because of the Yankees winning. But it doesn't help when you're sitting there as a Met fan wondering what could have been. And I thought when they made the Nimmo move, they were making that move because they were in hopes of signing Alonso and or Diaz, and they were saving money on the back end, paying more up front on the Semien contract, because it ends up being they save whatever it is, $40 million in years 4 and 5 of what would have been Nimmo's contract. And I was like, all right, I'm okay with this move because this feels like they're gearing up to sign, hopefully, Diaz and Alonso, and it didn't happen. And then it's like, well, now, hindsight being 2020, this feels like a stupid move to make, regardless of the defense. And I liked Nimmo. I didn't love Nimmo. I mean, I love Nimmo as a Met. I didn't love his game, but I liked him. I didn't think he was a bad baseball player. I certainly don't think he's going to hit 300 the whole season. But that didn't work out. And the Alonso deal, it's not that he's not hitting why it didn't work out. It's not working out because of what Moose said. There's nobody protecting Soto in this lineup. Bo Bichette has been a disaster. Yeah, sure. He's starting to, I love how a guy gets a couple of hits and we're already like, he's starting to turn it around. He's hitting 238. He's had no pop. Most of the time he hits the ball and it barely gets out of the infield. But you look at Bo Bichette, he's done nothing. They've gotten nothing out of the I'm already done with Vientos and Beatty. I don't need to see Vientos and Beatty anymore. I really don't. They've got nothing out of those two guys. They've gotten nothing. You're not looking for Marcus Semien to carry the offense. He hasn't given you much. He's hit with runners in scoring position. It's the one thing he's done. He's hit like 120 points higher with runners in scoring position than he does normally. But that's not a guy you're looking to carry the lineup. Lubob was good for 2 weeks, and now he's on the IL, and he was doing nothing. I wasn't looking for Alvarez to carry the offense, but after I, sung his praises, he's now been cold. Carson Bench is a rookie. You don't want him carrying the offense. So where are you going for protection? And when Lindor gets back, Moose was right. He is the leadoff hitter. But there was a little bit of, he's not hitting behind him, but if he's consistently getting on, you have to respect that. And I honestly think with the Mets struggling the way they are, you might want to hit Lindor third to give Soto protection. Throw whoever you want in leadoff. It doesn't matter because they're that bad everywhere else. And MJ Melendez, the one thing I will say is, pinch hitting for Melendez on Thursday when he's your best hitter over the last 2 weeks, and he already had a home run in that game, was the one thing that Mendoza did. He's done a couple things, but it was the one thing that I was like, your job is on the line, dude. Stop reading the book and just feel what you got. You played the game. You know how it works. And I'm not one of these, analytics is ruining baseball, but in that moment, it might have just cost him his job. Clearly, they are committed to standing by him, and they're going to have to fire him at some point if things don't change, because you need to have accountability, and you can't fire all the players. You can't fire Bichette and just pay him out all his money and he'll just go somewhere else. You have to hold somebody accountable so the players know things aren't just peachy, and it's just, nothing's wrong. It's okay, whatever. You're struggling, but we understand. And you sit there and you look at the future. I want Stearns gone after this year. And I was somebody who thought, and I'm pretty consistent with this. If they were to lose 90 games, Stearns had to go. If they missed the playoffs but were over 500, I was going to give it another year because you want to build and you want to have somebody actually build a program. Cohen is probably going to give him another year for that thought process. But things are so bad right now, I don't know how you could defend it. And I can't blame Stearns for trying to find continuity, which he has lacked in his, 5 years. Part of it, not his fault. Sandy Alderson brought in guys that were getting in trouble off the field, and Zach Scott ended up not really getting in trouble, but what had just happened, they had to hold him accountable. But I can understand that Stearns doesn't want to just break it up every year. I get that. But this is so far gone. Obviously, if they turn it around, we'll see what happens. But in this moment, I don't know how you justify Stearns being back. But I can tell you this. I'm sick of reading quotes. I want to hear voices. I want to hear the owner. I want to hear the GM say that we're sticking behind Mendoza because this is a developmental problem. This is a roster problem. This is my problem I created for this coach. Because that's not where our opinion is not changing of David Stearns. But what it will do is, give a guy like Carlos Mendoza, who I actually think is a good manager, who he can't help if his starting pitchers giving up 4 runs in the first inning, or if none of his hitters could get the job done, specifically his stars. But I want to hear that. And maybe, just maybe, I'll feel like there's actually accountability within the organization. 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get to. The Derby's done. Golden Tempo won. We are getting ready for a huge Sixers-Celtics tip-off. The Mets play tonight. We'll react to the Yankees. We got a lot more to jump into with the Mets. And the Knicks. If you're a Knicks fan, do you want the Sixers? Do you want the Celtics? Does it even matter? 888-808-1019.
The Knicks embarrassed the Hawks in front of their home crowd in a vulgar display of power, and now await their conference semis opponent. Will it be a rematch with Boston, or will the Sixers pull off the upset and set up a Broadway, Broad Street battle? The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
You're injured in an accident. The Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks. Plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Yankees fans, have the official Yankees official game day program delivered to your door. Subscribe to Yankees Magazine by calling 800-GO-YANKS or visiting yankees.com/publications and get 8 issues a year for just $34.99 plus shipping. The Yankees official 2026 yearbook and media guide are also available for purchase. Get your Yankees Magazine yearbook or media guide today. Call 800-GO-YANKS or log on to yankees.com/publications.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000.
Texting and driving? Big risk, big consequences. You risk traffic tickets, fines, and if you crash and injure someone, you could even go to prison. Pay attention or pay the price. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Talk New York sports here.
Outrageous. I just, the memories I have of that specific song going back to college have nothing to do with sports. I can tell you that much. You know, dancing of that, you know, in the most fun way possible, but certainly not sports. Sixers up right now 9-0 against the Celtics. If this game gets away from the Celtics early, and Derek White shit's a monster shot. If this game gets away early from the Celtics, and I'm not talking about like a blowout, but like seems to go the Sixers' way, I'm curious to see how they turn in this, because the one thing we're going to say about the Sixers, the Celtics and the Magic in their respective series is when you are in that position of blowing a 3-1 lead in a series, every piece of adversity is, somebody said in the YouTube chat, next song play 2 Live Crew. That's very funny, Terry. Very funny. I'm sure it's in there. You're sitting there with everything now going against you. Like right now, the Celtics don't have Jason Tatum. They're on the verge of blowing a 3-1 lead. And now when you're down 10 points, which in the NBA is not a huge lead, but you're down 10 points, And that starts to build on you. Tomorrow, you're going to see it. Not only are the Magic on the verge of blowing a 3-1 lead to the Pistons, they are on the verge of blowing a 3-1 lead, which in Game 6, they had a 24-point lead. They were dominating the Pistons, and they blew it. And the shot that R.J. Barrett hit at the end of that Raptors-Cavs game last night was insane. Gave me a little bit of PTSD. With the Halliburton. And I knew it was going. You had that feeling. It bounced so straight up in the air. And obviously we're seeing it from the side because of the TV angle. But you're sitting there and you're like, oh, this is going in. The way this game has gone, this is going in. Somebody, Embiid getting into it with, I guess this is someone on the Celtics bench. Yeah, it has to be. It's not a fan. I can't tell, though, because he's just wearing black. It's definitely someone up from the Celtics bench. They were like holding the ball and he was trying to grab it from him. Yeah. He's sitting in the middle of the bench. Sometimes the way the seats are, because right next to this guy is 3 Celtics fans. The NBA's hilarious that you could be like sitting courtside and you're right next to the guys on the actual, and they're not Celtics players, they're fans, unless they have a 55-year-old Irish guy playing on their team. 888-808-1019. My guy, Val in the Bronx. What's up, Val?
AG, the good Gallo. What's going on, my man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm all right. You can hear me okay?
Yes. You sound good.
All right. I want to talk some Knicks with you, but let me just say one thing about my Yankees real quick.
Yes.
All right? It's a little bit early, so I'm going to stay away from the proclamations. I like the idea of, like, just focusing on the series and just, like, already see how we got the 2 games.
Yes.
Just trying to keep, like, working through that. That's where I see my consistency when I watch my team. But something I'm going to say about them Orioles, the last couple of games I watched them, and something looks off with them. I know they got a couple of major injuries with Holiday, and I think it's the third baseman. They a couple of guys that they're missing.
Right.
But something just seems off with them. And, again, just like I said, it's early for proclamations. I think especially with the expanded playoff setup in MLB, it might be a little bit early to say it, but I am going to be keeping an eye on them because I'm waiting to see when they get tired of. It seems like they just off, and it might be a point. You always hear about this dearth of talent that they have.
The Orioles have been
that they have in the minors.
Yeah, the Orioles have been. They're just a young team. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they might be guys that I might be interested on that squad, and if they continue to be off the way they feel like. Again, it's early to say that because of how things are set up, but who knows if they're going to be sellers. But
yeah,
I'm going to leave that alone because I really called to talk to you about the Knicks, all right?
Let's hear it, Val.
I want to say a few things, man, a few things. I got a few things that I got to say. Firstly, it's interesting. The last time we talked, I told you we had not seen the best version of our squad.
Right.
And if you know, that was after Game 4, right? People were saying, like, can they repeat that effort? It wasn't about that. The question was, can they take it to another level? And in each of the games that followed, they took it a tick up, and then they went again and took it a tick further. The playoffs is all about building. As you go through, you knock off challenges. People put questions in front of you, and you have to be able to answer them so that it looks nice for the next round that you move on, in case somebody is looking at that and trying to exploit that the same way. So that's a good thing, the way that they did that. I'm going to tell you something else as well.
Right.
All this stuff that's going on with, like, people talking about who we're going to play, whether it's Boston or it's – see what you're talking about right now with the game going on right now? This is Game 7. And if things happen the way that they're supposed to in the postseason in a Game 7, we get an opportunity to see both teams having to go to the things that they know that they got to get. So we're going to get to see any and every – it's like, all bets are off.
Well,
they have to play their best game. So
and you're going to have to see the Celtics
scout.
play with the most adversity they've played with since that playoff series against the Knicks. You don't have Tatum
Not
today.
even that. But even beyond that, the sets that they get into, the things that they go to try to get offense, or things that they go to try to get stops,
Val,
it's
right.
like it's going to have to be their best stuff.
They also
right now
can't hold anything back.
They're all desperate. So we get a chance. Hopefully, Mike Brown and the rest of the coaching staff is sitting down watching this game because this is going to be excellent tape for what happens as they move forward, regardless of whether we play Boston or we play Philly.
Right.
This is a good spot to be in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Val, I appreciate the call, my man. And that's a great point. Val's 100% right. we always talk about it. I spoke about it after the Celtics game where the Knicks took it to them late in the year, and it was like, oh, we saw Cat and Brunson really run the two-man game. And, this is a very Pat Riley type thing to do. Eric Spoelstra does it a lot, where you save everything and you start to unveil it, going into the playoffs, little bits and pieces to just get it running so you get a little game action, and then, you don't hold anything back in the playoffs. But for the Knicks, they were never on the brink. They were down 2-1, and we treated it like they were on the brink. They weren't playing elimination games. Tonight, and to Val's point, if the Celtics run a set or the Sixers run a set on their offense or they throw something out defensively that they haven't done all year because they don't have a promise tomorrow. There is no Game 8. We will see it. So that's a great point from Val. You always see, it's kind of like the offensive-minded play caller, the head coach, the offense coordinator, whoever you want to say, in football, running a play in the playoffs that we haven't seen all year. Sean Payton, obviously I'm a little bit more familiar with this now, and I used to think it was a little bit of an exaggeration, but Sean Payton saves plays. You'll never see it. I'm sure they work on it all year. You'll never see it, and then come playoff time, he pulls it out. For the Knicks, we've seen it at times. Last year, we got the opposite of what we wanted to see in that situation, which was playing players that hadn't played all year. But that is a good point from Val. We're going to see a lot of things out of the Sixers and Celtics tonight that'll go a long way in the Knicks prepping for that next round. And we're going to get it quickly. Monday is the kickoff of the series. I think, let me see. I have the screenshot right here of the playoff schedule. Shout out to my guy, Brian Fonseca of New York Post, tweeted it out. So Monday, 8 o'clock, NBC Peacock is Game 1. Game 2, Wednesday the 6th, ESPN. That is on, that's 7 p.m. ESPN. Friday the 8th is on Prime at 7 o'clock. And then Sunday the 10th, ABC 3:30. I think that's Mother's Day. And we'll go from there with the other 3 games, which will be determined at a later date. So they're jumping off Monday. We would have saw Game 1 tomorrow if the Celtics had closed this out in Game 6. Right now, 17-6. The Celtics it's early, but they look shook. The Sixers are blanketing Jaylen Brown and begging the other players on that team to get the job done. And this is really just not having an answer for Embiid. And this was my point. When we were talking about the Celtics and the Knicks, Knicks fans had kind of written off Karl Anthony Towns as a factor because so many of you didn't believe in him. The Celtics don't have somebody that can compete with a big man that can dominate on offense. They don't have that guy. Vucevic isn't that guy. The ancillary pieces they have off the bench, Garza, whoever it is, those are not the guys that are going to get the job done. Right now, the two teams that have a big or bigs that you would fear Karl Anthony Towns going up against, the Cavs and the Pistons. The rest of the teams in the Eastern Conference just don't have that. The Western Conference, whole other story. Not anything Knicks fans have to worry about until we actually get there. 888-808-1019. And what you look at is the Sixers are a dangerous team. I'm not trying to minimize what they are, but I can't go into a matchup against them when Tyrese Maxey is really the only guy who absolutely scares me in that matchup because we know what he is as a player. We know what he is in crunch time. Embiid, yes, his injuries are always a problem. He also has never gotten over the hump. And against a Knicks team where he absolutely, was abysmal in parts of that series to the point that he had to put Mitchell Robinson in an ankle lock, it's tough for me to really fear the Sixers. And for the Celtics, I fear them because they do have a championship pedigree. They have a title. These guys have rings. Without Jason Tatum, though, I don't know how I could go about looking at that team as well, I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not guaranteeing anything. But it's tough for me to sit here and tell you I'm truly afraid of them. And when I said it all year, too. And I feel a little vindicated, even if they both win Game 7 tomorrow. All we heard about is how unbeatable the Cavs and the Pistons were. Knicks fans saying this. There's no way the Knicks could compete with a team like that. There's no way the Knicks could compete with the Celtics. The Knicks were the only team that did not suffer in the first round. And the way these teams have. They played 2 bad games. And they were still able to basically, when you really break it down, they lost 2 games by 1 point each. 2 points total. And absolutely smoked that team, the Hawks, the other 4 games. The Pistons look exactly like the flawed squad that a lot of us thought they were. They don't look like they're overmatching the Magic physically. Cade Cunningham had some bad. We talk about Brunson having bad performances. Cade has had 3 very bad, even the first game they won, 4 bad performances in the postseason. This is not about comparing if he's a better or worse player than Brunson. It's just the fact that how we had just crowned that team. A team that had done nothing. They, till this point, have still not won a playoff series in this current generation. And the Cavs, who, yes, when they are doing the things they're supposed to be, they are a scary team. But for Knicks fans to give them the benefit of the doubt that they would not allot the Knicks is hilarious when you think about the fact that James Harden is one of the biggest chokers in NBA history. He has, I think it was like 30 or 40 games with the same amount of turnovers as field goals in that game. You have a Cavs core that has talked about how difficult it is to play in the postseason and has a ton of disappointing performances in the postseason last year. And then 2 years ago, almost losing to the Magic and then getting smoked by the Celtics. And Donovan Mitchell, who's never gotten past the second round. And we are just supposed to give them the benefit of the doubt. That is what is hilarious to me. The Knicks lost 2 games, and the way Knicks fans treated it and poo-pooed what the Magic and the Raptors had done to their opponents and causing the Pistons and Cavs to struggle. And last night, obviously, the Raptors needed a miracle shot to pull it off. But the game prior, they were in it until a good stretch of ball from Donovan Mitchell in the third quarter. Celtics pulled within 8. So, all that to say, it's just the Knicks fan that is super negative and is expecting the worst to happen. You can take a step back and get excited about the first round and join the rest of us that are actually excited about what's to come. 888-808-1019. I see you guys on hold. We'll get to your calls. We'll continue this conversation. We'll monitor this. If you missed it, Golden Tempo. I think he had the worst odds out of all the horses in the Derby. Won the Derby. So that happened. We'll continue the Yankees' dominance, the Mets' disaster, and the future Knicks' second-round opponent right here on The Fan. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Knicks, in dominating historical fashion, completely dismantled the Hawks. Completely. And if the Knicks give this type of effort night in, night out for the rest of the playoffs, they are going to be sitting quite pretty.
Get After Hours on demand, available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines.
These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Every time you're driving or riding on New York City streets, you make choices. They may feel small, like speeding or trying to beat the light, but the choices you make can have life-changing consequences. And in that moment, you wish you could take it back. One choice can change everything. You can't rewind a crash. This message is brought to you by the New York City Department of Transportation.
Oh, hey, how was your vacation on MSC Cruises?
It wasn't just a vacation. It was a...
What's the difference?
It's a... Holiday. Because there's European style and American comfort.
Does that happen every time you say that?
I don't know. But on... Holiday. There's fresh made pasta, and you can cheer on your favorite team at the sports bar.
No, I want to go on.
For a limited time, get up to 30% off cruises, plus kids sail free.
To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
The most important meal of the day just got better at Dunkin'. Now you can get a medium hot or iced coffee, 6 crispy hash browns, and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, all for $6. That's a full breakfast meal for $6. 6 crispy golden hash browns, a warm, delicious bacon, egg, and cheese, and a medium coffee to start your day off right. Do breakfast the Dunkin' way or order Dunkin's $6 meal deal. No substitutions, participation times may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, we're back. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on The Fan. 30-19. Sixers over the Celtics. There's about 40 seconds left in the first quarter there. If you guys want to hit me up, you can't get in on the phones or you're not watching on YouTube, hit me up on X, @PicoDay_Gallo, or just search Anthony Gallo, WFAN there. I monitor the WFAN Twitter and all those platforms as well. Talking Knicks, talking Mets, Yankees, all of that. If you're into the Derby, Golden Tempo won, I think it was 35-1 odds. So that was a big upset there. I don't really know anything about horse racing. For as long as I worked with Mike, I should, but I used to just listen to Mike and Monzo, and whatever they told me, and Brad Thomas is what I would listen to. It's not really something I wouldn't have watched it if I wasn't here or getting ready for Sixers Celtics Game 7 because it was on right before it. And so a big day for NBC. They also had the big Premier League matchup earlier with Arsenal, so big sports day for them. Let's get back out to the calls. 888-808-1019. If you're a Knicks fan, who do you want to face in the second round? Sixers, Celtics. If you're the Yankees and you're sitting there and you're pontificating anything, is there an area of concern for you on the team? Where do you see them going? And for the Mets, I'm here to vent with you guys. Let's go out to Brooklyn. Mike in Brooklyn, what's going on, dude? How are you?
There he is. What's up, my man Gallo?
How are
everything
you?
all right?
I'm good, dude.
I'm all right. I'm all right. Listen, first of all, and I called Hoff last night. You and Hoff have to learn how to play this wheel game. You can't let C-Mac say 7 and you guys go 39, and after 6 you guys are like, right?
Mike, all I'm going to tell you is, and this goes for a lot of people here, you guys all say this.
I know.
Go sit in there and play the game. That's all I'm saying. It's very easy to sit from your high towers and watch the gladiators slinging swords, and you don't want to get in the ring. And I'll tell you this much. I'm gonna call out a couple people. I'm going to call out a couple people, too. Ryan Hurley, Ray Martell, my buddies who text me. You all got comments. Step in the ring, and we'll see what happens. I love all of you, but everyone's got a comment. Once the music starts playing, and you had all these names in your head, and then they disappear, and you start saying Zach Braun instead of Christian Bond, and then it falls off the rail.
Oh, my God.
Well,
it's
also, Mike,
Listen,
Hoff, we were doing famous animals, and Hoff, did it say Scooby-Doo?
No,
he didn't say Snoopy. Craig had a good one. He didn't say Secretariat.
Like, what are you doing?
Airbud.
Yeah, any of these guys. I'm like, come on. First, what you do, he cracks me up. Both of you guys crack me up. But listen, so...
Clearly I'm sensitive about it, if you haven't noticed, Mike.
I noticed. But listen... So before I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to get you a shirt, you and Al, and if the producer wants to take this down, Sixers in 6 versus the Knicks.
I mean, Mike, thank God we don't.
You heard it.
Thank God you don't do this for a living. Sixers in 6. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Mike,
After a year, you're finally on board with me with the Mets.
No,
you're going to be on board with the Knicks too.
Mike, you just gloss over all of anything I've ever said about the Mets because of one argument we had. Let me ask you, because I like to play this game. I like to play this game with basketball. Where is that confidence in the Sixers coming from? I'm just curious.
No. I literally think, first of all, I think the matchup is worse than the matchup versus Boston. The problem with Boston
is again, what is the matchup? Because
well, let me tell you, because the problem with Boston is if Boston is missing like they are tonight, shots and 3-pointers especially, they keep taking them. They'll take 9,000, almost like Atlanta did.
Right, Mike. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that point. But to say the Sixers in 6, what is the matchup? Because the Knicks handled the Sixers with way less help at big man offensively.
But everybody was hurt.
What do you mean everybody was hurt?
Go back to go back.
Julius Randle didn't play in that series.
No, but I'm talking even this year. Look at the game. Wasn't the game?
No, I'm not talking about. No, Mike. The 76ers are not a young, up-and-coming team. They are a team full of veterans that have never done anything. So where is the confidence coming from that this is going to be the time that they win the second-round series in the NBA playoffs? It doesn't matter against who. Where is the confidence coming from?
No, because I think every year somebody is not healthy on that team. First of all, Embiid, right? So,
when they played the Knicks, the Knicks were the unhealthy team in that series, though.
Yeah, but the Knicks are. Come on. First of all,
no, Mike, it's not. Come on, you're talking about somebody not being healthy. Julius Randle didn't play in that series.
All right, we'll see.
I appreciate the call, Mike. I do, but I mean, this is my thing when it comes to these people who are the Knicks are going to lose. When we talked about the Cavs and the Pistons, this current version of the Pistons have played one playoff series. They lost. Well, they're second playoff series now. They lost. I'm not even talking about who was better in the regular season. I'm saying just absolutes. the Knicks are going to lose these series, or the Knicks have no chance against this team. Let's run through it. The 76ers have been the most disappointing group of talented basketball players in the entire NBA. It just is what it is. They haven't gotten past the second round, and if the excuse is they're always injured, well, the one time they weren't injured was when they played the Knicks, who didn't have their second best player, and the Knicks handled them. So, like, I don't know where the confidence comes from. The Pistons, but prior to this Magic series, who they're struggling with, have played one playoff series, and they lost it to who? The New York Knicks. Now let's go to the Cleveland Cavaliers. James Harden, one of the biggest NBA chokers in the playoffs of all time. Donovan Mitchell, a great player who has no playoff success, doesn't even have a second-round victory. And one of those second rounds, Luka Doncic got hurt. Oh, but we can't count on Jalen Brunson to lead. But who knocked him off for the second round? And then the next year in the first round, Jalen Brunson. And they're a team that has struggled in the playoffs, has put up duds in the second round every time they have made it. But yet, we say that the New York Knicks have no shot against a team like that. The Boston Celtics, whose best player is banged up and whose second best player is as good as our best player. I'm not denying that. But a team, again, who's a year removed from being knocked off by the Knicks. So I'm not saying one team is better than the other, but the absolutes, and it's coming from the negative Knicks fan. It's not even really coming from the national media. Colin Cowherd, he gets engagements and he gets you riled up. It's what he does. It's why he's a legend. And he's entertaining. I'm not looking at him for his basketball knowledge. I'm not really. I'm just really just looking at him for football most of the time. But the national media views the Knicks more in a positive light than the local Knicks fan does, and the media here. We're all trying to tell you, not me necessarily, but the media or the fans, social media, whatever it is, try to tell you how flawed this team is and how they absolutely have no shot and they can't win. And if it's your dad telling you this, it's because they're not the 90s Knicks and they're not physical. And back in my day, John Starks would shoot 1 for 17 in a final and you would love it. I know that's going to piss some people off. But that's the comparison. Or you're going to find some fatal flaw. Jalen Brunson doesn't pass the ball enough. Karl-Anthony Towns is soft, which is my favorite narrative because it doesn't really line up. They're not deep enough, which is not true. They're probably the most deep roster in the Eastern Conference. So that's my thing. I'm okay if you don't think that they're going to win a series. But to come on here and say Sixers and 6 is outrageous. To say they have absolutely no shot, as now the Celtics have cut the lead to 7 points as it's 34-27, and Embiid's on the bench, so 9:51 left in the half there. That's a championship pedigree. It's a team that's not going to go down. I was curious to see how they handle the adversity early. Because, again, you're up 3-1, and it's a little different than what the Magic did, where the Magic blew a 24-point lead in that Game 6. They were getting dominated. The Sixers dominated the Celtics for most of that game in Game 6. So it is curious to see. And again, if I'm looking at the Knicks versus the Sixers, I don't think Andre Drummond presents issues for Cat because a slow-footed center like that, you're going to bring him out to the arc. And yes, Embiid is when Embiid is healthy, he is maybe, and it's tough because he's aging now, but when Embiid is healthy, he's one of, if not maybe the best player in the league. That's how good he is. He's an MVP caliber player. Do I think he's going to be that over a 7-game series where he has to also run around and deal with Karl-Anthony Towns? I don't. Do I think that Paul George is somehow going to be an X factor in a series? No. Now, Tyrese Maxey's a beast, and Tyrese Maxey is every bit as talented as a Jalen Brunson. But here's the thing is, when OG and Mikal will be able to easily be able to cover who they want, they'd probably put OG on Paul George and have Mikal Bridges follow around Maxey, and you'd probably mix in Josh Hart there. We saw that with C.J. McCollum. Josh Hart, obviously, the story came out. He was cursing at coaches about, why did you take me off of McCollum? And, they rewarded for it, and they came up, and they benefited from him being on there. So, yes, I am a more confident Knicks fan. And I can live with you not necessarily thinking they're going to beat a specific opponent in a 7-game series and say, oh, well, they're not the favorite. But the absolutes of they can't beat this team, they have no shot, is hilarious to me. 888-808-1019. Richard in Manhattan. What's going on, Richard?
Anthony, this game tonight, this is so intriguing. I've never seen anything like it. First of all, if Philly wins, you had a team that was going down 3-1, Knicks going down 2-1, meeting each other. That doesn't happen too often.
No, especially in the NBA. I'm sure in the NHL it's happened. Yeah, but
now, Philly, who do we root for? You got Boston will have the home court
you
advantage.
root for the aliens.
No, but you root for Boston if they got the home court, but Tatum is hurt. But do they play better without Tatum?
Well, you root for the Sixers, in my opinion, because I think
but
the
then
Sixers.
You root for but the Sixers, Embiid, gives the Knicks trouble if he's healthy. Well, that's if he's healthy. He's usually hurt, and they're the team that's hot now. And you know the old saying: you don't want to play a hot goalie or a hot team. So that's tough too.
Who's hotter than the Knicks right now? Who's hotter than the Knicks right now?
Well,
that's my thing.
Philadelphia. From where they're coming from?
I don't know if I can say they're hotter.
Wait a second, Anthony. Philadelphia beating Boston.
The Knicks just beat a team by 50 points. They just beat them by 50 points. They ran away 3 straight games in a row.
All right, Anthony, all right.
No, but Richard, this is my point, Richard. You guys call in, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. You call in, and you sound like hypocrites. If you can compliment the Knicks, I promise you, if you're over the age of 45 and you root for the Knicks positively, Patrick Ewing is not going to walk out of your closet and punch you in the face. John Starks is not going to miss a shot off your face like he did in Game 6 and 7 in '94. I promise you, it's okay to say something positive about the Knicks. Yankee fans are a miserable bunch at times. They demand excellency. I get it. Knicks fans, some of you, it sounds like you root against the team. And I'm not even being that overly. I feel like I've been sitting on a fence talking about them for the last hour. And you guys just can't. The Sixers are the hottest team in the league. But the Knicks, not only just coming off of a final month of regular season basketball where they were one of, if not, I think they were first or second rated defenses in the league, top 3 in offense. And they're coming off of a series that they lost 2 games by a point. And all the other games were not even close. Outside of a 5-minute span in the fourth quarter where the Hawks cut a lead down to 9 because they went on an 11-0 run, the games were not close. But God forbid I say the Knicks are the hottest team in the NBA. You lose your mind. Come on. We can't do that. I'm not going to let you do it, first of all. There is a generational divide on the way certain people view the Knicks. And it's funny. I love the over 45 Nick Yankee fan who is a Yankee fan, so you know what winning is like. And the 90s Knicks are amazing. I get it. I'm not crapping on them. But the way you guys talk about them as if they won 4 titles. Not none, but 4. And you somehow can't get past the fact that was 30 years ago, and the league is not the same. Karl Anthony Towns is not going to post up a guy. I'm sorry. I would love to see it too. It's not happening. And I hate to break it to you. This Knicks team is as good as it gets. And sure, they are frustrating to hell. And we can't guarantee that they're going to play like they did in those last 3 games against Atlanta in any of their games in the playoffs. We can't guarantee it. And it's why I am not just guaranteeing that they could beat any of these teams. But they can compete with anyone in the league, offensively, defensively. They score at all 3 levels. They can cover your full court. They can cover you in the half court. They can present you with matchup problems on the offensive end and the defensive end, and they can throw everything at you. They're the deepest roster in the Eastern Conference. I'll tell you that much. It's okay to be a little bit of positive. We don't get to be positive if they lose game 1 on Monday. We don't get to be positive if they're down 3-1 going into game 5 in the second round. But what we get to be is positive right now as we are watching 2 teams potentially that they're going to play, or they are going to play, but their potential second-round matchup right now, and they're coming off of the biggest playoff defeat. No one has won a game in the NBA playoffs by a larger margin than the New York Knicks. So the same way Knicks fans, when they lose back-to-back games by 1 point, and all regular season can tell you how not good the team is, But then when they go out there and dominate, they wipe the floor. It looked like the Knicks were playing Manhattan University or Manhattan College, whatever they are, the Jaspers. We can't take away some positives from it. 888-808-1019. I haven't heard from this guy in a while. Tommy in Astoria, what's going on, Tommy?
Anthony, good to talk to you, my brother. How are you?
I'm good, dude. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, well, I do my overnights. I can't call it for work
I
anymore.
know.
And I got off. I actually got off social media altogether because it just got to be. It's a cesspool.
Oh, damn it, with the Mets too, dude. I've been a little bit negative about the Mets. I know you tend to, which I appreciate. You tend to be a more glass half full in the situation, but online it makes it even worse. Every Mets loss is terrible when you look at it at a lot.
No, I get into it. Well, we'll talk, but I actually called up to talk about the Mets. Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, but one quick point. You know what it is with the Knicks? I'm not a big basketball fan. Seems like the Knicks are perfect. Knicks fans are a composite of the worst of Yankee and Mets fans together.
It's a fair point.
They're like Yankee and Mets fans squared. So all the negativity that Met fans and Yankee fans muster up goes into the Knicks. That's my theory there.
Right.
And when you're in this position, and I remember back in 2015 when the Mets were already in the World Series and the Royals were playing the Blue Jays, and I think everybody wanted the Royals because they thought Toronto was better, and we all know how that wound up.
Right.
So let's just wait and see. Let's just sit back and wait.
Well, Tommy, it's the perfect example. For example, this might sound stupid, but there was a point where I was trying to sell myself on when the Padres were about to knock off the Dodgers. I was like, man, I kind of would rather play the Dodgers than the Padres.
Right there. Everybody wanted the Dodgers because Dodgers were on the precipice of losing, and now look what's happened. And Roberts was a stupid manager. Roberts couldn't get him over the hump.
It didn't help that the Padres, specifically in this like Fernando Tatis, Manny Machado era, have just owned the Mets, whether it's the regular season or the postseason.
Yeah, but if I could just have a couple minutes for my Mets, there's so much to unravel here with the Mets. And this is just beyond brutal. I mean, I can't put a positive spin on this. This is brutal. No one saw this coming. But like I told Al, it's May 2nd. I can't give up on a whole year. I still enjoy going out there. I went out there Tuesday with my kids. I had a great night. I met Howie Rose. They won. It was just a good night out there.
That's awesome. Howie's the man.
I'm not going to give up on Howie's the man. I'm not giving up on the whole baseball season. I don't care how bad
I can't. So, Tommy, to your point, and it's funny you say that, I can't give up on the season either. I don't think the Mets are turning this around. But am I going to watch? I'm going to watch every game, and I always tell myself, no matter how down I am on a team, June 15th or so is when I really am going to start to lose interest if they're bad.
Well, here's the thing. There's a difference between all right, this is a bad year. When you look at the depth of the National League, which we didn't think, it's like the worst case scenario. The American League is putrid. Okay, American League is putrid, right? National League's got some deep teams. So even if they right the ship, I could fairly say they're not making a playoff. But there's a difference between winning 65 and 70 wins with this team and having a total disaster of the year and being a respectable team, being close to 500.
Or even if they win 81 games, you feel a lot different about the team.
I would consider. Right, and I'm going to go out there. I'm going to watch McLean. I'm going to watch this kid Scott. I'm going to root like hell for Bench. And if the kid Ewing comes up and out, but here's the problem. And again, we'll have a lot of time to talk about this. And I was the biggest Stearns guy in the world, and I can't defend him anymore. But you know what? What happened to a guy like Peterson, who was like a bulldog in 24? A guy like Alvarez, who we thought was going to be a 25 home run, 280 guy. I mean, Beatty, Vientos.
Right. Well, my biggest thing is I appreciate the call, Tommy. It's just that the phones are a little choppy. It's on our end. It's not you guys. So, I'll let you know if it's you. But there are two lines that we have that are a little shaky. Tommy's my guy. He knows that. He's right. And the thing is, specifically with Peterson, Alvarez, I'm not expecting him to be the star I once thought he was going to be. I did think he was going to turn into a all-star caliber catcher. I do think he's a good player. I don't think he's an all-star player. The thing is with Peterson, and I don't know if they fired the Hefner, which I was in favor of. He was like a cockroach that survived everything. Maybe I was wrong about it, but I don't think it's just one coach or the other that is absolutely, hurting the Mets. I think it's a collective failure of the entire organization. The thing with Peterson is he's not a guy who's used to being counted on as far as like I've always liked Peterson, and I've lost that faith, obviously. And B just hit a circus shot, so it's 43-40, about 5 minutes left in the second quarter. They have done a dereliction somewhere of their duties. Peterson fell off last year, and I was like, you know what? That happens. A guy pitches well. Once he loses it, either he's gassed, the confidence isn't there. But for him to come in and look as bad as he has, where he can't get – he's been better out of the bullpen, but he can't get out of an inning as a starter without absolutely getting destroyed. That's a problem. And that is either they are just not doing their jobs or he is of a lost cause as a Met, and you have to get him out of here for your sake and his. And the drop-off from certain guys, we put too many eggs in the Vientos and Beatty basket. We did. I like Vientos and Beatty as like ancillary like bench pieces. They are not starters. They're not. Vientos is too hot and cold, and I'm sure you could say he has the potential. His ceiling is high, yes. And Beatty has been not a very good baseball player for the majority of his career. He had a couple of good months last year, and he had one good week his rookie season, and we've kind of just tried to like believe in that hype. He's not a good fielder. Vientos, it's like for a week he's the best power hitter on the planet, and then for 4 weeks he can't hit a baseball. And I don't think that is necessarily a failure to develop. It's a failure to understand where the talent is. Because from what it seems like, Stearns didn't love a lot of the talent that the Mets had. And maybe 2024 was a bad thing for the Mets in the avenue that Vientos, how can you get rid of Vientos after hitting all those home runs, all these things like that. But you look at everything that has gone wrong for those two. And you were so ready to get rid of Alonso. You're so ready to get rid of Nimmo. But you are just going to trot these guys out there. I don't care about the cost point and the difference in contract. You're going to just shove these guys down our throat. And you're going to let Beatty go 1 for 50 and Vientos go 1 for 30. And there's not any repercussion to bad play. There's no reward for playing well because you pinch hit for your best player in a big spot in Melendez. And there is no consequence for being putrid. Not just bad, putrid. So to Tommy's point, you sit here and it's just the guys fall off the face of the planet and what has happened to them. I do think there's a collective pressure that these guys are all feeling. They felt it last year, and, you know, maybe it's going to take a complete rebuild to get rid of that toxicity in the clubhouse. And I'm not talking about interpersonal stuff. I'm talking about guys pressing and not handling the big moments. You know, Alonso handled the Milwaukee moment and the Philly series really well. He did not handle pressure well any other time. He played great last year. He was not coming up with big hits every night. Lindor has had moments in Cleveland. He had the 2024's MVP season, what he did in the postseason, against the Brewers, against the Phillies. He has not handled the pressure well, and now he's got to deal with it all by himself because we don't look at as Soto as like a true Met yet, and these other guys are mercenaries. And the young guys, you're not going to put it on Alvarez. You're not going to put it on Carson Bench. Nimmo didn't handle the pressure well. But that, when your vets are going that way, that could bleed in to the habits of the rest of the team. And I'm not going to say Soto because he does. He's a winner. He's been to 2 World Series. He won 1, and he was a beast in that playoff run. He was a beast with the Yankees. It's just tough when he is one of the more talented, players in the league. He's probably like a top 5, top 10 hitter. His skill set, though, is not one that will carry a team that doesn't have much around it. Like Aaron Judge carried the Yankees to the playoffs that year when he had 60 homers because he can. But Soto is a patient hitter, and he is a surgical hitter. He's not a guy who's going to just mash all the time. The numbers will get there, but he is not that kind of hitter. So to expect just him to carry an offense that doesn't have a lot around him is tough. And when the rest of the guys around him are pressing, that's tough. You know, Polanco and Simeon and Luis Robert do not have a pedigree of winning. Bo Bichette had 1 year of real winning. And they lost in the World Series, so I'm not taking that away from him, but there's no pedigree here. The pitching staff. Peralta, yeah, he's a gamer. What if the Brewers really done when he was there? And it's tough for me. Like, now I'm even thinking about it, it's tough to really. We know the deal with the bullpen. We know Devin Williams' deal and Luke Weaver. But it's tough to really look at a pitcher to lead. But the Mets are not going to do it. They probably need to really tear it down and start from the ground up. If this continues to go away, I'm going to watch every night and hope it doesn't. But if this continues to go the way it is, you honestly should tear the team down. You know, and that doesn't mean that you have to get rid of Soto, but clear out the house and everything around it. That they keep the young players, Alvarez, Benj, McClain, and you have to clean house, though. Maybe it involves trading Lindor. I wouldn't do it, but if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. But if you're building around Soto and Lindor, you have to have a true tear it down season then. And they're not. And I don't want to hear like, oh, what are you going to get for a guy? If a guy's a rental, get rid of him. Who cares what you're getting for him? The Peralta case, I get it. If the Mets are playing well and you're not going to get a ton, you're only going to get one prospect. If that prospect isn't better than what you think a compensation in the first round would be, then you hold on to him. But I don't care if you look at Bo Bichette and they're like, I don't know what I'm going to get for him, but like, just get something for him. Why? So you could wait for him to either opt in to his contract that is ginormous next year or opt out and leave you hanging? Like, I don't care. I don't care what you're going to get. For, you know, Clay Holmes has been great, so maybe if Clay Holmes continues to pitch the way he does, I know he's got a low price point, so the Mets may decide to keep him. $12 million for a pitcher that's pitching the way he does. He's pitching like a true 2 or 3, and you're paying him like a 5-starter. Oh, so sure, maybe you keep him, but why not deal him and get something? Tear it down, and Met fans probably don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I also don't want to go through this Mets core that is now gone. And the residuals that are left over has not just lost, but when they lose, it's painful. It's 2021 where they don't have a shot, or it's 2023 where they don't have a shot, or it's 2022 where they dominate and then choke so hard at the end and get to the playoffs and embarrass themselves, and they started choking a little earlier in 2025. So they just, needled us the whole year and tore our souls apart and then missed the playoffs. It's never easy. 2024 was super exciting. Yes, it's an outlier. It is an outlier, and it's funny. The seasons that they had from guys like Jeff McNeil and Brandon Nimmo in 2022, and the seasons they had from guys like Vientos and Minaya and other players on this roster in 2024, they have been more detrimental to this team than they had been positive. Jeff McNeil getting the batting title, I said it, me and Fleegs joked about it. This is a worst possible case scenario because they're going to sign this guy and hitch our wagons to him. And then Nimmo, which at the time I was like, all right, if he plays to his ability, that 9-year deal won't be as bad. And that was, ended up hurting them. And yes, he's been great in Texas, but as a Met, after that situation, he was not great. Minaya pitched great. We were, Met fans were not happy after just signing Soto. And now it's a problem. And we signed Minaya to that deal. So, and it's funny that Quintana came in here the other day and dominated the Mets. And he was a guy that the Mets didn't even think about bringing back. 888-808-1019. Greg in Atlanta. What's going on, Greg?
Mr. Gallo, what's going on, brother? How's everything?
I'm good, man. How are you, Greg?
All right. I know you got a lot of callers holding, so I'm going to make up a couple quick points. But first of all, I got to give kudos to the Yankees. I'm a baseball fan. I'm a huge Mets fan. I'm a baseball fan, but you got to give props where it's due.
Right.
Guys are stepping up.
They're killing it right now.
Each other, everybody's accountable, and I think they look up also to the expectations of what their fans want. And I think the problem with the Mets are maybe they're too focused. Players are too focused on them, maybe themselves. not doing well, not looking out and saying, man, look at these fans. They come out here every night, faithful, like the 7 line. And, you know, they're not – here's my thing. I'm gonna say a couple of things real quick so you can answer it and maybe you agree with me or not. I didn't agree with the whole thing with Mendoza coming back. I keep looking at this guy. It's just not bringing the energy we need, man.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you this much, Greg. Even if I disagree with that, I don't hate that. Like, I don't hate that. Like, if you were somebody who didn't want him back last year, I can't get mad at you. How can I defend it? I don't think Mendoza is as much as.
Thing. I mean, he's record since. This is rolling in from last year, the second after the All-Star break.
Greg, so. and it's a great call, Greg. I can't listen. I like Mendoza. I think I've been pretty clear about that. I don't think he's perfect. I do think he's a good manager, and I think baseball managers, you focus on the one thing a week that they do bad, and then, you know, we've talked about with Boone. When the Yankees win 10 in a row, we never compliment Boone, but they lose the one game in a month, and you freak out about it, and Boone can't get his job done. I can't disagree with you. If you were somebody who wanted Mendoza gone last year, how am I going to sit up here and be like, well, I thought he was the right guy for the job. Last year, I didn't think it was Mendoza's fault. This year, I don't think it's Mendoza's fault. I do also understand that they don't have a lot of options to try and spark a change, and firing him might be the only way to go about it. The problem is, I don't really trust the coaching staff. Kai Correa is not a guy that I think is going to turn. Listen, Rob Thompson, we didn't think would turn the Phillies around, and we saw that ended a few weeks ago, or this week. He is going. Mendoza's, if they don't, they have to go on a run. And maybe they go on a run after they fire Mendoza. But if they don't go on a run, which I don't think they will, Mendoza's going to get fired. And they're not hiring Alex Cora in season. And they're not hiring Beltran in season. They're going to ride it out with an interim manager. Even if they fired the whole staff, they're going to ride it out with an interim manager, and they're going to make a big signing in the offseason. Why would you pay a guy in the middle of a season that you're already paying a manager for? And you may have a lockout next year. It's not smart business. Now, if they fire him this week, maybe they go out and go and try and get a manager, but that doesn't really happen. I don't remember the last time that a team went and hired like a big-name manager after firing someone mid-season. Most of the times, it's guys that take over from the staff or somebody that's close to the organization that you would bring in. 888-808-1019. I see your calls. We'll get back to the calls. We'll continue the Mets conversation, the Yankee conversation. Sixers up 51-47. It's about to be halftime in that one. We'll continue to monitor that. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
The Knicks embarrass the Hawks in front of their home crowd in a vulgar display of power. And now await their conference semis opponent. Will it be a rematch with Boston? Or will the Sixers pull off the upset and set up a Broadway, Broad Street battle? The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
To serving our country. Now let us serve you. This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon is proud to offer military and veteran families unlimited plans starting at $25 a line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store today to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for eligible military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Plan price includes a $20 monthly account credit for 4 lines. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit. Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. After years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. With Red Pocket Mobile, you lock in your rate and you keep it. No price creep, no sudden jumps, just straightforward pricing and premium 5G plans starting at $10 a month. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, we're back on the Fan, 888-808-1019. The Sixers are up 5 right now at the half. Me and Jack were talking about it in the break. If you're the Sixers, you have to be happy with the way the first half went. You played a really good first quarter. You weathered the storm. You came out on top, and it looked like you were bouncing back. And if you're the Celtics, you also kind of have to be happy because it did not look great. You held it to a 5-point lead, And it definitely, for both teams, you're sitting there, they have to feel kind of good. The Celtics, a 5-point lead is nothing to a team that can shoot the three the way they do. The other thing we were talking about, me and Jack, was, and we both were like, we hate to admit it, I hate this. Besides the Miami Heat, the Celtics are probably my least favorite basketball franchise. The Miami Heat are second only to the Phillies in teams I absolutely hate in sports. But this Celtics group, this generation of Celtics players, they're very likable. It's a tough watch when they're not knocking down threes, but we were talking specifically about Jaylen Brown and Derek White. When they do shoot the ball well, though, they are a really entertaining team to watch.
Yeah, no, being a Knicks fan and watching the Boston Celtics, be good is like...
Oh, I hate it.
But even when they won the championship, I had to just watch and admire that team and be like, wow, this team is just so entertaining to watch.
I root against them every time they're
sure.
Unless they're playing the Miami Heat, I'll be honest. That's the one time I don't root against them because I do hate the Heat more, but I hate the Celtics just as much. Yeah. And people that are a bit older than us will act like that's not really a rivalry. To me, it is. My entire life, it does matter. But I wouldn't say I admired it. I do respect them, though, and they are a fun team. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Derek White is great. Peyton Pritchard, as annoying as he is also a very, entertaining basketball player as well. But Derek White, 19 points, and Embiid going off as well. I also like, I think NBC's done a great job with their broadcasts, and obviously it's a big day, and I'm sure the Kentucky Derby kind of took precedent. And then you get this Game 7 in Boston and Philly are in the Game 7, and they're making it feel like a big game, which is nice. And then when I think, hoops and NBC, I only think of those big games, those big moments. So we'll see what happens. We'll monitor that as always. Talked about the Mets, talked a little Yankees, Knicks. If you're a Knicks fan, do you care who you play? Is there a reason why you would want to play the Celtics or the Sixers? For the Mets, do you have any hope that they could turn this around? And if you're a Yankee fan, I obviously think you could always get better. And I'm not looking for you to, nitpick the team, but is there one area of concern with that roster that you have? 888-808-1019. Jesus in upstate New York. What's going on, Jesus?
Hey, Andy, how you doing, man? My first time calling you, man.
I appreciate it.
Just want to make 3 points real quick. First, it was the off season that killed baseball. For me, I'm a Met fan, and the Yankees, Cashin did the right thing. He spent his money on pitching, whereas us Mets, we decided we were going to throw the money all over the other place.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, and I'm not saying this is not a retro, going back and saying that the Soto deal was a mistake. It could end up being a mistake. But for the Yankees, not getting Soto led them to getting Max Fried, and he has been an absolute stud for them since day one.
Absolutely. That is absolutely true. Good point. And the other point I wanted to make was about the Knicks.
Right.
I don't understand all these callers giving you these doubts about who. I don't care who they play.
That's fair.
The way they're playing right now, the chemistry, the coordination that they have put together, Mike Brown has done a great job.
He has.
And
Jesus, don't say it too loud, though, because, people might throw stones at you.
I mean, I don't live in a glass house, but I just look at them and say, hey, you know what? They are putting together right now. First of all, they played the whole season, and they were probably one of the best fourth quarter teams in the whole season.
They 100% were. They were. I don't know if it was statistically, but they were one of those. They were there. Everything that they did in the fourth quarter jumped up a huge percent. Now their first and third quarters were not always great, which was a lot of their downfall. Was what they did in the first and third quarter of games.
And I think that was all a rotation thing, and I think it was a chemistry thing that they finally worked out. And I think that they finally got the way they played the last 3 games of that series. It was amazing. And I don't care, like I said, they continue to play the way they're doing. I don't care who they play.
Right.
It's going to be great.
Well, Jesus, I appreciate that. I appreciate the positivity and bringing some levity to the conversation. And, the compliments for Mike Brown because, again, it is fair. I was also doubting him after games 2 and 3. But, they got no credit for the adjustments he made in games, 4 through 6. To be able to turn it around, whether it was the defensive matchups, whether it was the way they ran the offense, the wherewithal to say, like, hey, Jalen's not getting it done. We might have to change it up and run through Cat. I can't listen. They went into the last postseason, and I was really down on the team, very down on the team. And even after the Pistons series, it's like, all right, I feel better. We're probably losing to the Celtics. Going into this postseason, I felt so good about this team. Even in their struggles, the things when the losses were not as detrimental to me as when they would do things right. I'm like, all right, I'm seeing what this is going to be. And in the postseason, that's where I'm going to make my assessment. Because for a young team like the Pistons, who have never had to go through the long haul, and a coach who, I think J.B. Bickerstaff is a good coach, not a great coach, especially, a guy who can't let go of a playoff series a year ago and still blames the refs for it. They are a team that I think did not do themselves any favors in the regular season. And all that physicality and tough guy, narrative goes out the window when everyone's being physical and everyone's being tough in the postseason, and you finally get punched in the face. What are you going to do? So we've already seen their physicality got neutralized by this Magic team. And we've also seen them get exposed for not having a reliable second scorer. You can play all the defense you want, but in this day and age, your defense can't go perfect. It's never going to be the only reason why you win a basketball game. It's not. Yes, defense, you could say wins championships, but in today's modern NBA, you're not mucking it up and winning 80-69 or 80-75 in a game anymore. The guys are too good, they're too big, they're too versatile. So offensively, at some point, someone other than Cade Cunningham was going to have to do something. This Knicks team not only has multiple defensive monsters. Mitchell Robinson is a beast on the defensive end. OG Anunoby is an elite on-ball defender. Mikal Bridges, at his best, is an elite on-ball defender. Josh Hart, Deuce McBride, Jose Alvarado, Jordan Clarkson are good defenders. They have all the pieces. Offensively, your two stars could put up 50 on any given night. They are, Cat is a versatile offensive player. He's an excellent passer. OG Anunoby can score at all three levels. Mikal Bridges, it's tough to trust him, but he still has the ability to score. Josh Hart does things offensively. It's not always pretty, but he is an efficient offensive player. And Deuce McBride and Jordan Clarkson can get you buckets off the bench. And when Mitchell Robinson is on, he is so detrimental to what other teams try to do offensively. He is such an impact player. I always say it. I'm not going to say he's as good as Rudy Gobert, but when you think about price point, he is just as impactful on a game as Rudy Gobert can be. The only problem is Gobert can do it for 40 minutes and not get into foul trouble. And, he's not a good offensive player, but there's a way to hide him. Whereas Mitchell Robinson's free throws can hurt you at times. So I'm not trying to compare it like that. But he is just as impactful as that kind of big man. And like I said, OG Anunoby is the best on-ball defender on the wings in the entire NBA. Not just because of his talent and his technical ability, but because of the physical gifts that he was blessed with and the body size that he has. He is a fit. Imagine the Knicks get into the second round and Paul George is on the... You think Paul George is going to be able to do anything against OG Anunoby? Over a 7-game series, we think he's going to be the X factor there. It's obviously going to be Maxey that's the one that's giving us fits. And Embiid is going to get his. If you're playing the Celtics, think about the matchup nightmares you present for Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. You're going to have to live with Derek White killing you at times. But think of the matchups you present there. Having long bodies, in OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges, better known as Wingstop. Think about what you could do there. And you also have Josh Hart. You have Deuce McBride, who are good defensive players on the wing. This Knicks team is as close to complete a team you can be. If you don't get to the finals this year, or put together a showing that is just false, like I always say, like Game 7, lose on a game-winning shot at the end of a game, which is still a disappointment. If you don't get to that pinnacle of getting to the finals, you're not tweaking this roster. You're going to have to change it drastically. Go after Giannis, whatever it is. But they shouldn't have to do that. If they do their jobs and they play to their ability, we shouldn't be having to have that conversation. 888-808-1019. Barry in Los Angeles. What's going on, Barry?
Hey, Anthony. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, appreciate, I think I'm a long time, I go back, I'm an older guy. So I go way back with the Mets and the Knicks. I want to really talk about Stearns, but just quick, if I'm picking which team I want to play as the Knicks.
Right.
If Embiid's healthy, I'm saying Celtics. Because Tatum now with the calf turn, with the calf problem, is
that's
fair.
Be well, let me ask you this, Barry.
A little hesitant now. If Embiid gets hurt in this series, I'll take the Sixers all day. But with Embiid healthy and Edgecombe and
Barry,
what they
real
got,
quick, I want to ask you a question. If let's just look into our crystal ball. Let's say Tatum is healthy. Both teams are healthy. Would you still pick the Celtics over the Sixers, or is it just really because Tatum is not healthy? That's why you think you'd rather play the Celtics?
Everybody healthy. I think everybody healthy. The physicality of the Sixers scares me. The legacy of the Celtics scares me.
That's fair.
And I'm not sure the Knicks. I mean, I love them. I love what they did to Atlanta, but it was Atlanta. I'm not positive about the fortitude of the squad. I don't. I'm positive about Brunson. Cat has kind of come into his own. I'm not sure Robinson can handle Embiid.
He has in the
Tatum
past,
is
though.
probably the best superstar of all of them. So people that say we
Mitchell
got to go to the
Robinson has
finals.
handled Embiid in the past to the point that Embiid had to put him in an ankle lock to try and get him out of the series.
That's true. You had to destroy his leg.
To be fair.
It's fair.
You had a Mets
like,
point, Barry?
What I disagree is, pardon me?
You had a Mets point?
Yeah. I think, for me, Anthony, I think you're 100% right. The tear down, the whole thing. But if you tear it down, do you have any confidence in Stearns being the talent guy? He is terrible. He is the worst general.
It's a great question.
It makes you long for Alderson.
Wow.
I mean, this guy.
Wow.
The Mets, there's a DNA to the Mets, right? Like I'm older than you, but you watch more than I do now. But the DNA to the Mets was always power pitching.
Right, of course. It's always been.
So where is it? You got McClain. He didn't pick him. And everybody he's picked are soft tossers down in the minor leagues. The two guys that are the studs are 17 and 19. They're 4 years out. Ryan Clifford can't hit. Jacob Reamer is like Vientos. These are dreams. We got nothing down there.
Well, it's tough though. I think that's a little tough because Vientos.
Pick him. AJ Ewing is.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't compare the two. When Vientos, nobody wanted Vientos, and if the Mets put Jacob Reamer on the trade market right now, for those that don't know, these are farmhands, but people would be chomping at the bit to trade for a guy like that. But to your original point, I appreciate the call, Barry. To your original point about if they tear it down, do I have confidence in Stearns? If they're tearing it down, I think Stearns gets this trade deadline, and then they would have to move on from him, but they're not going to. You're asking me how I would. But if I'm not confident in someone, I still think they need to do it. I thought when the Aaron Rodgers injury happened to the Jets, I was like, you know what? They got to tear this down. Get rid of everything because it's not a good team. And the defense is overrated. Rodgers is hurt now, and you're going to try and run it back next year, and you're going to just prolong the rebuild a year prior. And they didn't, but a lot of what the concern was from Jet fans was they don't trust Woody Johnson to tear it down correctly, or they didn't trust Joe Douglas to be the guy to tear it down, although I do think Joe Douglas did a good job. It's just he did everything you want him to do. It just didn't pan out. which is a different situation here, where Stearns did things that most of the fan base didn't want him to do, and it's now hurt themselves. And Stearns, his biggest thing was, which I get it, you want to build your roster the way you do. And you want your fingerprints. You're so hell-bent on this being your roster, and it's hurt him completely. It's absolutely been a detriment to the entire franchise. He's gone out there and he didn't want Pete. He didn't want Nimmo to begin with. It wasn't any other narrative other than he didn't want Pete and he didn't want Nimmo. He didn't like the way Nimmo graded out long-term, hated his contract. He didn't like Pete Alonso's game, thought he was going to age terribly. And maybe he ends up being right. He also has not taken into account the fan and the you are a business and you're getting rid of beloved franchise cornerstones. And they've also allowed to another thing too. And you know what? I'll save it for the other end. I do think that the franchise has also done a detriment, to some of the players on their roster, specifically, Francisco Lindor, by just not speaking on certain issues. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. We got you for another 3 hours. I'm all the way till midnight. Sixers up 11 in the third quarter. We got a lot more to get to. 888-808-1019. Back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 1019 FM.
Actually, I'm kind of leaning more so to the Celtics, but either one, it's going to be more difficult. I'll still pick the Knicks to win the series, but obviously the level of competition is going to go up here in the second round. And speaking of Mike Brown, you're right. I mean, we try to be as absolutely fair as possible. When he deserved that criticism, he got it in the first couple of games, and now he deserves all the credit.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey, your official station to talk Yankees. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Download.
All right, we are back. 888-808-1019. You're listening to The Fan and Anthony Gallo. This Fan Focus is presented to you by Chef IQ. Is a perfect steak possible? Discover how at chefiq.com. Obviously, the theme of, the first part of the show, it'll transition from watching this Game 7 and, getting ready for the Knicks second-round matchup to, reacting to what will probably be a terrible Mets game. Hopefully not. Maybe they win a second one. But the Sixers up 65-58 with 7:30 left in the third quarter as these two teams battle to face off against the Knicks in the second round. Obviously, Jason Tatum out this game. You look ahead, and as a Knicks fan, you determine if that is enough for you to root for the Celtics, or do you want to play the Sixers, a team that you've had success against in the past, has only been known for the fact that they have not been able to get out of the second round. So that is your Chef IQ Fan Focus. This Fan Focus is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And Chef IQ. Let's go back to the calls. 888-808-1019. Tony in Massachusetts. What's going on, Tony?
How you doing, Gallo? This is Tony Montreal down in your part of the world.
What's up,
How
dude?
you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
How you doing? I heard your voice, man. I'm up in the White Mountains. I hear Gallo. I'm like, I love it. I can't believe it. Hey, I've been following you guys since last night. I left Montreal all the way down to Amherst. I went to see the NESCAC baseball championships between Colby and Amherst. What a game, man. It was unbelievable. Doubleheader today. Yeah, college ball. College ball is so wonderful, man. They play on these beautiful grass fields, and they're on this beautiful campus.
So, Tony, some people might know you're obviously from Montreal. Are these two American colleges?
Yeah.
So Amherst.
Yeah.
Okay. So all right.
Amherst is in Amherst, Massachusetts, and Colby College up in Waterville. Waterville is a beautiful campus up there. I went to school at Colby back in 78 to 82.
Okay,
I played for them in the.
That's what I was going to ask. What your connection was to the schools?
So I'm alma mater from Colby, and one of my friends, Jesse Woods, who was a former coach who spent 8 years at Notre Dame, took over the Colby baseball program and turned it upside down. I mean, he turned it upside down. He's always in the final. He's always quarterfinals or in the regional finals. And
gotcha.
Had a shot he's something else, man. He's just a great guy, and shout out to Jesse Woods if he's listening. But I'll tell you one thing: it's you say to yourself, I'm leaving Montreal at 3:00 in the morning to get down to Amherst, Mass, for 11 o'clock game. And, you're driving through the mountains, wonderful, sight to see, like you're in the Green Mountains and then the White Mountains. But it's a wonderful country. I love your country, man.
Oh,
and I'm just saying to myself,
we love you too.
What am I going to do? Listen, Gallo, I'm driving and I talked to Danielle. She says, I hope you're going to listen to me all the way down. For 7 hours, all the way to Joe. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, the Italian boy in the morning. I heard him. Yeah, until about 10 o'clock in the morning. And then I said, well, let's see. I'll hook up tonight when I left. And I'll say, can I pick you guys up again? So skipping on my AM radio, not serious. I got you on my AM dial, bro.
I know this for a fact because I've driven, down to Florida and stuff like that. Like, you can have that AM dial for a long way. But you called in to talk about the Knicks?
Yeah. Listen, I think the starting five, and I wasn't like I go back to Pistol Pete when I was a kid. I used to like that type of basketball player, Larry Bird, all these Marvelous, Magic Johnson and all these guys. And then I tapered off and got into the hockey again. But when I saw Brunson play last year, I had to ask you, man, what's with this guy? He looks like a beast of a man on the court. He just dumb. Like, I don't know a lot about basketball today, but when I saw him play, he reminded me of a very aggressive type of Mark Messier kind of hockey player that's playing basketball. And then I look around, and you got 5 guys that are dominant. And I heard like people were crapping on Josh Hart like about a week ago.
Yeah,
and then he turned around and had an amazing game. And now I don't think you guys can lose, to be honest with you. Who cares if you play Philadelphia? You'll smoke that team.
Well,
and if
Tony,
you play I was in just let me say this. I was in Vermont today, stopped for breakfast, and these guys are wearing Celtic hats. I'm like, bro, you guys are never going to win. The guy goes, yeah, I know. He goes, the Knicks are too good.
Oh, wow. So how about that? A little on-the-ground reporting there. Tony, safe travels. I appreciate you, bud.
Yeah, I love you, brother, all the time.
I love you, Tony. Look at that. Just 2 Tonys chopping it up. I love Tony. Tony from Montreal. Yes, you could get the AM dial. For those of you that know FM and AM, I forget what it is. I think it's because the waves on AM are longer and they travel farther, whereas the FM ones are tighter and they don't. I haven't had to think about that in a long time, but very cool. A couple things there that I want to touch on. As far as like this, I will say this: I have more friends that are Sixers fans, but I do have a couple of friends that are Celtics fans, and they went from being boisterous going into Game 6 to they were not confident about this game, and it's crazy because it's a team that's won a title, and this is before we knew Tatum was out, and now that he's out, Embiid's having his way right now: 27 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. He's having an all-timer, and they have no answer for him. And then he'll play in the second round, and Kat and Mitch will give him fits, and he'll wilt away, and he'll try to put Mitchell Robinson in an ankle lock again. We know the story. But I will say this. The game isn't over yet. It's an 11-point lead. There's 5 minutes left in the third. A couple buckets in this game is back to being a tight one again for the Celtics. They obviously half hit their shots, but they missed another open 3. The Knicks have a group that is just there is something. It's funny. We talk about running it back with the Yankees and all the negatives that you guys wanted to find with that scenario. And there are things that continuity brings, whether it's chemistry or the ability to get through adversity together and, knowing that like you are on the precipice of being dominant, but then or being a championship team, but then turning around and falling short, but not saying we need wholesale changes. In baseball, it's a little different than basketball because basketball, your window gets shut in an instant. Baseball, it's always kind of open. Basketball, it's like you may have a window. This may be the Knicks window. And then if they lose this year or fall short of their goal, that might slam shut. Now, another thing he was pointing out, it's not college baseball. He was talking about Pistol Pete. On Amazon, it's not new. I think it's about like 6 months old, maybe 3 months. They have an ABA documentary. It's 4 episodes, I think, 5 episodes. Goes through the start of the league and obviously getting Connie Hawkins and Haywood and Julius Erving and Brent Barry, or John Barry, whichever Barry it was. And watching, the style of play back then, there's a couple times where they're showing like Pistol Pete highlights. And talk about a dude that was way ahead of his time. Like, it's tough to compare eras, but there are guys you see that you could be like, this guy could play in any era. Pistol Pete is one of those guys I look at that could play in any era. Oscar Robertson is another one who, ironically enough, was, around the same time. Pistol Pete would pull up. Back then, guys are pulling up for like 20 feet 2-pointers. And 27-foot 2-pointers. And I'm like, that is a disrespectful shot. It's not just like, all right, it's kind of a dumb shot because it's 2 points, but it's a disrespectful shot that you were that good back then, and you're pulling up on some plumber and jacking up a 2-pointer from, what would be Steph Curry range. So it's a great documentary, by the way, especially if you're a big basketball fan. Just a lot of things I didn't know about the ABA and the societal dynamics and the financial dynamics and how they competed for players, how they screwed up getting, Lou Alcindor, obviously, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It was a fascinating. I'm not completely done with it. I'm 3 episodes in. It's so awesome. And being the big basketball fan that I am, it's a great watch. And the old footage is hilarious because there are times where you're watching and you're like, this is another shot that people are going to get upset about. You hear the older basketball fan talk about basketball. And outside of the 90s, it's a lot of times where these guys were not playing defense. Just because they got into fistfights and they were a bit more physical did not mean they were playing defense. I'm watching a lot of highlights where guys are just running up and down the court and there is no resistance. But the game was beautiful back then. It's beautiful now. It's a great documentary. Old or young, whoever you are, if you're a basketball fan, you got to check it out. 888-808-1019. Regina in New Jersey. What's going on, Regina?
How's it going? I'm here to talk about the Knicks and their phenomenal run that they went on in this series.
Let's hear it.
The way they just performed the other night when that 51-point game, that was incredible. Like, they just made every shot. They played immaculate defense. It was great basketball to watch.
Right. Well, they have been, and I appreciate the call, Regina. They play when there was I forgot which game it was. I think it was game 4 where they moved the ball. There was a play where they went down the court and, Cat threw dish it to the corner. Hart took the ball from the corner, made a pass to the other corner. They wrapped it back around. They made about 6 passes. And each pass, the guy was open, but the next pass they made, the guy was more open until they finally got Jalen Brunson completely wide open, and he knocks down the shot. When they're doing stuff like that, or when they're able to run the court and play the fast break, and it just looks beautiful in transition, they do play a really beautiful style of basketball when they could score at all 3 levels. Like watching Towns break down a defense or Brunson break down a defender and get to the rack, but also being able to step back and hit a jump shot or knock down the open 3, or OG, use his, raw physical ability to get to the rim, but then also knock down a corner 3 with a hand in his face. Or I think something that's really underrated to Josh Hart's game is his ability to slash, his ability to find those gaps and hit the rack and get the easy layup, whether it's in transition or in the half-court set. So it's exciting. I don't think the Sixers are losing this game. The way the Sixers have played, they're letting the Celtics live and die by the 3 right now, and the Celtics are 3 or 14 in the third quarter from 3. And the Sixers are getting to the rack. They're hitting, mid-range shots. They're up 81-66 right now with 2:45 to go. So that's this would be, it's funny because we talked about it, in the first round and how the Knicks needed to get the 2 seed. And at times how upset we were that they weren't competing for a 1 seed maybe getting that 3 seed and playing the 6, which was the Hawks, was a blessing. Maybe it was. Because look at where they are now. The Celtics are down 18 with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter as VJ Edgecombe hits a big three-pointer there. The Celtics are in trouble. Boston, sound the alarm. Your poor sports city. Oh, what was you? The Bruins, not in a good spot. The Celtics on the verge of elimination. The Red Sox season over before it began. Your Patriots had a cakewalk to the Super Bowl, and you embarrassed yourself in the Super Bowl. Boston, oh, buddy. You have great cannolis. Your sports fortune might have just run out. I don't sound like a joke. The best cannoli I've ever had was in Boston. I will say that. We went there 2 years ago for a winter trip, me and my girlfriend, and I forget what the place was called in the North End. There's like one that's a touristy spot, and then another one that was less crowded. Crazy. I was double-fisted cannolis. Pause. 888-808-1019. We do have a poll up in the WFAN YouTube chat. Who do you want to see the Knicks play in the second round? Celtics or Sixers? It's ironically only 54 votes so far. It's been up the whole show. Celtics are 56% of the vote right now to the 44% for the Sixers. So that's been like that for a while. And, obviously we're seeing why right now with the way the Celtics are struggling. That I didn't expect this to be a blowout. I do think when you get to a game like this, I said it with the Magic and the Pistons, and I'm saying it in this series. When you're the Magic and you're the Celtics and you're blowing a 3-1 lead, every loss, it gets more and more harder, and the pressure builds. Every missed shot, every turnover, that pressure is amplified. And for the Magic, I have no confidence they're winning tomorrow. You're up 24 points in Game 6 at home, a chance to knock off the number 1 seed, and you blow it. You choke it away. That is tough to come back from. Also, Wagner hurt, so you have that aspect of it as well. Cade Cunningham has gotten his confidence back. The way he played last night was phenomenal. That is tough. And the Celtics, you're dealing with the same thing. I know the Celtics got blown out in Game 6, so it's not like they blew a big lead in that game. But that is crazy to go in. That's a lot of pressure. And I'll go back this far. The Miami Heat they beat the Knicks. So what year was that? 2023, I want to say, where they beat the Knicks in the second round. They went on to play the Celtics. And eventually they lost to the Nuggets in the final. But they went on to play the Celtics, and they lost to they were up 3-1 on the Celtics. It was 3-1 or 3-0, but they were up 3-1 on the Celtics at one point. I know that for sure, because obviously. And they choke away the games. And they get to Game 7. And, small factor, obviously, Gabe Vincent in that series got hurt. We always talk about, like, Jimmy Butler and how great he was. But in that series, Gabe Vincent comes back Game 7, and he missed the 3 losses, and they ended up beating the Celtics. But in that game, the Miami Heat came out and punched the Celtics in the mouth. When you're the team that's playing with your back against the walls because you, at one point, were up 3-1 in the series, and you come out and you're getting punched in the face early like the Celtics did tonight, it's impossible to come back. So unless things change, 17 points going into and a big three-pointer there from Brown cuts it. 14 points going into, about 30 seconds left in the third quarter. If it doesn't change, we're looking at Sixers, Knicks at the Garden Monday night. Oh, but either way, it's going to be fun. Boston or Philly, I will say this, more of a chance that we take over whatever that. What is is it Wells Fargo still? The Sixers arena? Let's look that up. Wherever the Sixers play, it's a lot easier for Knicks fans to take over that arena. Xfinity Mobile, right? That whole area is like Xfinity Mobile. They got Xfinity Live, which is pretty awesome over there. I will say this, as much as I love the crap on Philly's a great city. I love the crap on Philly sports fans. They do have an awesome setup for their sports teams. The football, basketball, and baseball stadium all being in the same area with access to the city still and not having to travel to another state over a turnpike is also, very, smart. They are not upcharging people to go to the World Cup games. So, another dub there for Philly as well. Embiid getting stretched out, really weird. It looks like I know it's a serious stretch that they're doing right now for Embiid, but they have him on the ground, and they have one guy pulling his arm and the other guy pulling his right leg, and it looks like a cartoon when, they're, trying to pull somebody two different directions.
They look like they're twisting him like a pretzel.
Yeah.
They're
looked like it felt phenomenal. I got to be honest. My sciatic nerve's killing me, so maybe somebody needs to do that to me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it does look like they're really stretching out his back. It looks like that. It does look relaxing, but
it's not a great sign if you're a Sixer fan though. Watching that happen.
He looks like he's in pain. He's very uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's funny. Shout out to my girlfriend. She's got a new job that she starts soon. She's journeying into her next step. She was an RN, now she's an MP. But now she's prepping for the job. So I have been like a fake patient for a week now. She's on vacation right now, with my family. But they're in Hawaii. I'm here. I'm the idiot that decided to stay here. And they're in beautiful Hawaii right now, sending me pictures of food in Pearl Harbor and stuff like that. But she's been doing getting ready, and she's been doing these fake checkups and all these things. And all we found out is that my body is falling apart. My knees are not great. My sciatic nerve is terrible right now. Even in the gym this morning, it was a pain, but very funny. So that's what that reminded me of, that Embiid thing. In the chat, Rob Power 78, he's got some kind words here. Philly sports fans equal cheesesteak eating sweat hogs. Very poetic. Also, some of the personalities on Whip are absolutely insufferable, mainly Spike Eskin. I love Spike. This is gearing up. The only, possible good outcome of the Sixers winning a game is, my former boss, Spike, big Sixers guy, obviously, a big Jared McCann guy. So when they got rid of him to the Thunder, the funniest thing, let's just say we get through a situation where, the Knicks lose to the Sixers. Let's say that's what it is. But the Sixers somehow get to the finals and lose to a Thunder team that Jared McCann is a three-pointer on. It means the one thing I could take away from it. That's not going to happen, though, because the Knicks are going to get through the Sixers. And right now, we'll see where it's going. They're up 13 going into the fourth quarter, and not a good half or not a good quarter of basketball from the Celtics, as they were not knocked. They missed 12 three-pointers in that quarter. 888-808-1019. We'll continue to monitor that. We'll react to that as that goes. Final, the Met game's getting ready to, tee off as well. John in Syracuse, what's going on, John?
Hey, Anthony. I think I'm ready to move on from Lindor. It really irritates me that this guy starts off so slow. What is it with that? And I'll put Bichette back to his position as shortstop. I think that's what's hurting him right now.
John, the thing with Bichette, he's never moving back to short. He wasn't a good shortstop. He's not a good fielder. It's just what it is. And I think if they were, let's say in the hypothetical world, they moved on from Lindor, Ronnie Mauricio would just be the everyday shortstop, and they would leave Bichette at third. If he would have went to the Phillies, he would have been their third baseman. I don't think teams view him as a reliable shortstop.
Okay, that's fair. But I don't want to move on from Bichette because this guy can hit. And I think he's going to come around.
Oh, so you think he's going to come around, but Lindor, notorious slow starter, and then turns it on late, he's not going to come around?
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think he will.
Gotcha. Right. I got you. I appreciate the call, John. Listen, I am been pretty critical of Lindor this year. Bichette is a good player. And I would give up on him. If I could go back right now, I wouldn't have signed him. That's how bad he's been. And listen, it could change. Here's the differences. If he turns it around, he's just gone next year. And if he doesn't turn it around, you're on the hook for paying him a ton of money. The only positive is that he turns it around and this team turns it around. And hopefully he's contributing to a miracle run, which is not going to happen. I got to be honest, and I hate to be this guy. And you got Met fans and Yankee fans love to do this about Soto. Bo Bichette looks like a guy who took a check. He was going to be a Philly, and at the last moment, the Mets offered him all this money, which has looked to be a terrible idea. And he looks like a guy who took a check, who doesn't really care about the fans, does not care about the team. And I could be wrong. I'm venting to you guys, and I'm trying to be honest. You guys are always ready, and Soto doesn't help. Like Soto could lie. If the one thing we could say is Soto's a little too truthful. Like when they ask you about it, did somebody hit you up? Don't just say, yeah, we spoke. That's it. Just lie to us. Who cares? Instead, you tell us that no one texted you, and that just creates a huge problem. But I look at Soto, and I think there's a personality there that he is not the most, unless he's playing for the Dominican Republic and he doesn't want to be the only guy on the team not dancing outside the dugout, which I get. And maybe it's just a more fun vibe than the everyday, minute, task of playing a Major League Baseball season. But Bo Bichette does not look like a guy who is going to be here long, and he doesn't look like a guy who cares. He looks like a guy, I'm not saying he's not trying, but I don't think he's wearing this difficult stretch like some guys are. Like, I do know that Francisco Alvarez, and when Lindor was on the team, a guy like Lindor, they're struggling with these losses every day. I got to say this much, there's only so much effort can mask your deficiencies. Alvarez has struggled as of late, but the one thing I will say about Francisco Alvarez is he's a bulldog, and he clearly is trying. He busts his ass out of the box every time the ball's on the ground. He looks like he's trying. He looks like he cares, but it also looks like it's wearing on him. I thought the same thing with Lindor. Bichette goes up there. It's a trickler to the shortstop. Goes back. Kicks his feet up. I don't feel that. And it's not his fault. The Mets went over there and offered him a deal that the Phillies weren't offering him. In the last moment, maybe he didn't love Philly either, and it would have been the same case. And, the Phillies haven't been good either. Just felt like this guy went out there and took a check, and now that things are going bad, it's hurting him. And then Lou Bob, who is a guy that I've loved, and I've always loved his potential. That's really all he's ever been, is potential and hype. Oh, he's so happy to be in a ballpark that people care and playing with expectations. Well, that lasted long. And he's another one who now looks like, he has mailed it in. Marcus Semien, I don't expect much out of him because he's an aging ball player, even though he is the only guy who hits with runners in scoring position and he plays a good second base. He looks like he cares. Maybe that's him realizing his career is almost at the end and he once was an all-star and he feels disrespected. Bo Bichette's got 6-7 years left in his career. He's got a player option in 27 and 28. $5 million buyout if options are declined. He got a $40 million signing bonus, and his salary was $2 million this year. So, if he ends up being terrible, if Bo Bichette hits $250 on the season, and then opts in, you're now paying him $42 million next year. And there might be a cap. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. We got a lot more to get to. The Celtics are down 6 now with 9 minutes left of the fourth quarter, so we might have written them off a little too early. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
The Knicks embarrass the Hawks in front of their home crowd in a vulgar display of power. And now await their conference semis opponent. Will it be a rematch with Boston? Or will the Sixers pull off the upset and set up a Broad Street battle? The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks, plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your official home to talk New York sports is WFAN. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Rod Power in the chat saying, hearing Walk by Panetera, I'm picturing Anthony in the middle of a mosh pit. Anthony and Hall are the only ones at the Fan I could see frequenting a mosh pit. I wasn't a mosh pit guy. I've never really been like, I do like some, heavier, rock songs, heavy metal, whatever you want to call it, but not a mosh pit guy. And the older I get, I am more of a, how much can I pay to have my own seat vibe at a concert? A couple years ago, we went to go see the Teskey Brothers, great soul, blues band from Australia at the Brooklyn Paramount, which is the most underrated and maybe one of the nicest music venues in all of New York. Maybe in the tri-state area. It's beautiful, converted, cathedral type looking thing. We used to actually play, ironically enough, when I was in college, we would play club basketball, which is, it's like a step up from intramurals. I don't know how to describe it. You go and play all the colleges. But it's essentially intramural basketball. But we played it's LIU Brooklyn's campus. It's a beautiful thing, but it's standing room only. There's a couple of VIP sections you could sit in. And me and my girlfriend afterwards, I was like, man, my knees are killing me. You might need a gummy, and your knees get a little heavier too when you do that. So, also great band if you've never heard of them, Teskey Brothers. Coming out of the break, I was watching a video on Instagram that John Boy did, and it was from a Wake Forest college baseball game, and it actually was hilarious. The Wake Forest coach is losing his mind on the umpire, gets tossed, the whole thing, and he gets in the umpire's face, the finger, and, sometimes we get heated, and a little bit of spit comes out of your mouth, and flawlessly, a little bit of spit comes out, hits the ump's wiping his face. The coach stops his argument, goes, I'm so sorry, and then goes right back into yelling at the umpire. I thought it was very funny. Jonah Tong threw a gem in AAA, took a no-hitter into the sixth, one hit, gave up no earned runs, probably took him out right after that hit. So he could be on the prowl maybe soon. I don't know. I just don't know where they're at with Jonah Tong. He did look overmatched last year when it came to the Mets roster, or the Mets calling him up. But let's see. And they also wanted him to kind of save the season along with McClain and Sproat, who's not been good. Let's see. I want just his stats for the year, because he's been pretty lights out. He hasn't been lights out. 7 games, a 4 ERA, a 1.2 whip, as the Celtics are now within 2 after an and 1. Jaylen Brown hooping right now. And everything I said going out the window as they look to be handling the pressure. And it's the NBA. 18-point leads evaporate in this, generation of basketball. I'm looking at, let's see if they got a game log for him. They do. Okay, so the minor leagues, they have a good game log here. So he is gone. His last start wasn't great. Actually, he's had a couple bad starts. It's 6 earned runs in a start, 4 earned runs in a start. But since that 6 earned run start, he's had, a 1-run start, 3-run start. So we'll see. I don't know what the deal is and if they're going to call him up anytime soon. With the injuries, I would say if Kodai Senga goes out and lays a dud in his next start, they're going to have to make a decision on Senga, Minaya, and Peterson as one of those guys. They're not. Here's the problem with the Mets is you're getting no pitching besides Clay Holmes and Nolan McClain. You're getting nothing out of those guys. Christian Scott gave you a good start last night. Struggled, one bad pitch, that big home run to Soler. Otherwise, Alvarez made the poor throw. They were, pretty good in that one. He struggled in that first start with the walks, and it didn't come back to bite the Mets, but he pitched well last night. McClain and Clay Holmes are the only guys you trust. Peralta, you're not getting rid of. Why would you? You got to, trust him through, what has been his struggles as Embiid is blocked on a big bucket there. Here we go. Choking the game away. If I'm the Sixers, I'm running every offensive set through Tyrese Maxey. And Sorry, I got a little off track. It's distracting. You look at what this roster was supposed to be. We thought the offense was going to hit with runners in scoring position. Outside of Simeon, it has not. We thought the starting pitching could be a problem. And the front end would be fine, but filling out that, 3 through 5 was going to be an issue. It's kind of chalked up that way that McLean has been fine, but the front end guy that was, Peterson and Senga have been awful. And you're now having to rely on Clay Holmes to be lights out. But you're going to have to make, I got thrown off there. So now I'm back on track. We're back on track to where I'm supposed to be. The problem with having Peterson, Senga, and Minaya, all three, not pitching well, and now having to move Peterson to the bullpen. If Senga has another bad start, I don't know how you justify taking Minaya and Peterson out of the pen where they haven't been good. Peterson's been okay. And then having to push them back into the rotation. So you're going to have to make a decision on one of them. And in my opinion, I think the move's got to be, you got to tell Minaya he's got to go get surgery. Fix the loose bodies that's in his arms, as the Celtics are now down 1. Fix the loose body that's in his arm. And that way, because you're not going to DFA him, because if a team picks him up on waivers, or no team is going to pick him on waivers because of his contract, so you're just going to send him down to AAA and have to pay him the $20+ million that you owe him this year and next year. His contract, I don't think there's an opt-out this year. And then with Peterson, you probably want to hope that something happens with him because he's gone after this year anyway, but maybe you recoup something at the deadline for him if he could figure it out. It's probably Peterson that's the odd man out there because you're going to have to make a decision on one of those guys because you cannot have all three of them in the pen, and you cannot slot one of them back into the rotation. So Jonathan obviously becomes the guy that you want to rely on there. But with Manaya's contract, he has... Why is this stuff so hard to look up? Where is Spot Rack? He has it was a 3-year deal. He's next year, just guaranteed. $19 million next year, 22 against the luxury tax. So you have too many offensive players on the IL. You cannot have a roster full of 3 long relievers that are giving you nothing. They can't start and they can't give you innings out of the pen. So then you're waiting for AJ Minter to get back. He began his rehab assignment. I'm reading it right now, April 9th. He's still on track for a May 9th activation, which would be his earliest. He's supposed to pitch tomorrow. I don't know if he was also supposed to pitch yesterday. I'm not seeing if he has or not. I'll get that information a little later. But you're now in this situation where you have all these bodies on your roster that are useless, and you're just not getting rid of them because they're veterans or they make too much money. At some point, they're going to have to make a decision on those guys, or you're going to have to get rid of somebody in the bullpen and live with, $70 million worth of long relief pitching out of that pen. I don't know, however much they make. Senga makes like 15. Manaya's making 20. Peterson's making like, 7 or 8? My math's off there. That's not even close to 70. But I'm not a mathlete. And then you're sitting there, and you look at all of the holes on this roster, and you look at every issue the roster has. You watch every single guy struggle, and there's a ton of, who on the roster is playing well? Clay Holmes, Juan Soto, and Soto, it's just recently, and it's all solo home runs. MJ Melendez and Nolan McLean. At times, Alvarez has played well. How do you build a roster with gigantic contracts left and right? The most money in baseball, $300+ million, and you have this many holes. You spent $300+ plus million, 310, whatever it is, and you have this many issues on your roster, and you have dead money everywhere. Minaya, Senga, Bichette, Polanco, all of these guys on this roster just useless. Devin Williams and Luke Weaver, one day they're nice, 2 days they're terrible. Freddie Peralta, you gave up 2 top prospects for him, and I get it. Whatever. Sproat has been terrible, and Jet Williams is, injury prone. And you bring him in, and he's on a 1-year deal because you can't justify extending this guy now. He has not been good. I don't care about how many runs he's given up. He has not been good. Watching this ball club every week, night in and night out, and you watch these players go down without a fight and just the uninspired baseball. Last night was nice because, they fought hard and it looked like they, did everything they could to win that game. But it's lifeless baseball. It's bad baseball. The IQ is low. And you try to find like any silver lining. For $300+ million, that's the roster you built. And you're hiding behind Anthony DiComo. And you're smiling to the media when you're answering questions about how bad the roster that you built is. It's frustrating. And then it's funny because on the other side of town, Yankee fans were losing their minds. They were all standing on the ledge because they ran it back with a 94-win team. A team 2 years removed from a World Series run. It's comical. It's absolutely hilarious. 888-808-1019. Let's check in on the chat. Somebody in the chat says, Stearns should have traded Nimmo for Trout and signed Murakami. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's not like he's spending money wisely. And if you are concerned about Trout's contract, what world do you live in? What world do you live in? Yes, I too would have loved Nimmo to be traded for Trout. Was that ever a thing? No. I hate to break it to you. Mike Trout also having, which is one of the, awesome early storylines from the season. Trout has been phenomenal. And it's nice because he's a guy that, I think there was at times he was a little overrated. He is, yes, Terry Wilson says MLB The Show 2026. Yes, that's a very MLB The Show. They might accept that trade in franchise mode. It's been nice to see Trout get back on track, and he looks awesome. And the Murakami thing, every single team that did not try to sign him is kicking themselves, the Mets included. The Mets scouted him. You needed a third baseman. He was cheaper than Bo Bichette. He's been a beast. The guy is up to, I know he leads the league in home runs. He's got 13 homers. Yeah, he's hit 239, but, we all wanted Alonso or a better comparison would be Schwarber, who just hits home runs and doesn't actually hit the ball any other time. He's got a 967 OPS, 13 homers, 26 RBIs. The guy's a tank. I wanted him since 2 World Baseball Classics ago when he had a big World Baseball Classic. This guy's getting clowned right now. I don't think they would even accept that in MLB The Show. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, I would love for Mark Vientos to get traded for Manny Machado if that's how we're doing this. Like Nimmo was never getting traded for Mike Trout. We got the Mets got the worst end of that trade, but that's about the way you were dealing Nimmo this offseason. You weren't getting anything else. And maybe Mike Trout ends up in pinstripes this year. Maybe that's the deal we end up getting. I always had this, they're going to call basket interference on this. He didn't even hit the ball. They did. He didn't even hit the ball, so they can't. I know he hit the net. Is that the rule? If you hit the net,
I
it's
think
offensive interference?
Yeah, if you interfere with any part of the basket, I think now, like, because he like took the
it's
net
better
and
than
like
it is.
flung it up. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It didn't touch the ball. I guess that doesn't matter. Mike Trout would be an awesome storyline for that. I mean, the Angels are probably not doing anything this year. They are right now 12-21, so they're slightly better than the Mets record-wise, to put it in perspective. He could be a guy that maybe the Yankees get. I had this, talking about the season, and I was like, well, the Mets are not making the World Series. And it would be hilarious if the Phillies blow it up, who are having just as bad of a season as the Mets are, if the Phillies were to blow it up and they trade Bryce Harper to the Yankees. Yankee fans love that. You finally get your guy Bryce. He DHs or plays first base for you, whatever it is. And him and Castellanos, it's Padres-Yankees World Series, and we get Castellanos, raking for the Padres, and Bryce Harper hitting big home runs for the Yankees in the World Series. And I get a little bit of enjoyment because Phillies fans are just as miserable as they've ever been. That's where my sports fandom is right now. It's not even rooting for my team. It's, well, they suck. I hope my rival team sucks even worse. Like when the Mets broke that losing streak, all I was praying was that the Phillies, I think, got to 9. If they got to 13 or 14 losing, like lost 14 in a row, just so the Mets didn't have the longest losing streak on the season. That's where my fandom is. Before we go to break, it's 99-96. It's 3:50 left in this one as the Celtics have the ball trying to get back into it as an offensive foul called on Embiid. 4 fouls on Maxey, I believe, so it's going to be tight, If you're the Celtics, I know they love to shoot the 3. You kind of got to go out there and attack. Well, Paul George has 4, Maxey has 4, and Oubre has 4. So you got to attack them. You got to. I know that they draw those fouls by being able to shoot the 3 well, and you get the guy in the air, and that's when you take advantage of it. But they are going to have to take advantage of that. There's 3:50 left. Everything is on the table right now. This has been a great NBA postseason. We're getting 2 Game 7s tomorrow, a Game 7 today, obviously, as this one winds down. And the Knicks get to chill and relax and wait till, the next round. The Nuggets got finished off this week by the Timberwolves. The Lakers finished off the Rockets last night. So we get the 2 Game 7s tomorrow. It's now 98-99, 3:50 to go. We got a lot more to get to. I got you for 2 more hours until midnight. I think it's the great E.J. Stewart afterwards. So we'll get into that. We'll continue this conversation. We'll react to this game. And, whoever wins, we'll try to preview that Knicks, Sixers, Celtics, whoever it is, series. We'll talk more about the Yankees. Jets and Giants had a great draft. Now, what's next for those two? Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I think the Knicks are better than the Sixers as well, and I'd be supremely confident that the Knicks are beating either team. But since I have my pick right now, as I'm sitting back as a Knicks fan watching Game 7 on Saturday, I'd rather the Boston Celtics win that game.
Get After Hours on demand, available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Texting and driving? Big risk, big consequences. You risk traffic tickets, fines, and if you crash and injure someone, you could even go to prison. Pay attention or pay the price. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Talk sports after hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
We are back. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. And there is 20 seconds left in this one. The Celtics are going to choke away a 3-1 lead in the Sixers and the Knicks. Well, barring some unforeseen Reggie Miller, Tracy McGrady type level comeback here, the Celtics are done, and the Sixers and the Knicks face off. Game 1, Monday night, 8 o'clock. Peacock NBC. So a big win there. And I got to be honest, me and Jack were sitting here, and I'm okay with the open threes if you got him, shoot them. But the Celtics are drawing up plays for Sam Hauser to shoot a fadeaway three-pointer. That can't be the offensive set you go to. And Jaylen Brown looked for he had a couple of mid-rangers that he clearly was trying to get the foul called in his favor. He had a huge block. But Tyrese Maxey, Embiid got him to this point. Maxey closed it. Embiid kind of, he hit a big three, but he missed a bunch of shots, got blocked, and the Celtics just chuck threes and miss it. This is what happens when you don't have Jason Tatum and you live and die by the three. This is what happens. So we're going to get Sixers-Knicks 2.0. The matchup from 2 years ago. We could finally, when the Knicks knock off the Sixers, hopefully knock off the Sixers, we could put to rest all the whiny Sixers fans that are still crying at the end of that Game 4 or Game 3, whichever one it was. And that's what it is. We got the Sixers. It is Knicks, Sixers, Philly versus New York, Embiid, Cat, Brunson, Maxey. In some facets, probably a more enticing series than, when you look at the star power and the star matchups. OG covering Jason Tatum and Mikal Bridges covering Jaylen Brown is not as juicy as Maxey versus Brunson and Cat versus Embiid. And this is the matchup. So one big roadblock that so many of us thought was going to be the absolute, and this is why I say you can't live in absolutes, specifically come playoff time. The Celtics are going down. 8 seconds left now in this one, 107-100. The Mets are already down 1-0, so, not to, kill the vibes, but teams to come back down 3-1. The 2015 Rockets against the Clippers, the 2016 Warriors versus the Thunders, the 2016 Cavs versus the Warriors in that finals. I also think the Warriors did it against the Nuggets, did it against the Jazz and the Clippers in 2020. If I'm correct, I think it might have been 3-2. The Warriors came back down against the Rockets. Chris Paul gets hurt, and James Harden chokes it away. So we got it. Knicks, Sixers. It will be funny because the last time we played the Sixers in the playoffs, Wells Fargo or whatever it is, Xfinity Mobile Stadium Arena, sounded like the Garden. And we might get that again. We saw what happened in Atlanta. I might have to make the trip. They might be the only way I could go to a Knicks playoff game. But that's who it is. Knicks, Sixers, first round. Let's get into it. 888-808-1019. Frank in Long Island. What's going on, Frank?
I just think, honestly, the chemistry from the Knicks is the real reason they won that series. I mean, although Steele from Villanova, I just want to say, I think that's the real reason they won. I just want to say props to Villanova and everything they've done for the Knicks community. And
I'll take
I love what they've
it.
done
Even as a St. John's guy, thank you, Jay Wright.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but no, listen, it is valid. We laugh at it sometimes, but this is a group of guys that won 2 national titles. I don't know if Mikal Bridges was there for both of them, but they won 2 national titles. Oh, so Bridges was there for both of them. They won 2 national titles at Villanova. They've played together now. Bridges only 2 years, but Brunson and Hart now 3.5 seasons together. It is it is a factor. Also, this Knicks core outside of Cat has been together for the better part of the last 2.5 seasons. OG getting traded for his first game was New Year's Day 2024, I think it was. I was at that game.
Yeah, it was something like that.
So, yeah, it matters. That chemistry, that cohesion matters.
Yeah, I mean, it is really a testament to how important, chemistry is for teams. I mean, you see all these teams in the past where it looks so good on paper, and then they just crumble because they can't play well together. They don't mesh well. But, I mean, honestly, the Knicks really, and that's what I love about them. They're just actually good friends just playing the game they love together, and you love to see it. It really grows the sport. Right. I appreciate the call, Frank. It is funny. We try to pick apart this Knicks team, and you could have your issues with Cat's style of play and the way Bridges plays. The one thing I've never worried about is chemistry. I never worried about these guys not getting along. I never worried about there being a rift in the locker room. I think that was a lot of people not liking Cat and trying to find any reason to get him off the squad, whatever it was. And it's funny because you look at dysfunction. The Mets are dysfunctional. The Mets are a team that you could question in the locker room. I look at the Knicks, and I see camaraderie. I see a team that plays together. Yes, Brunson tries to put the team on his back, but I don't think that's coming from a selfish point. I also think he presses at times and thinks that he has to do everything. The coach, they clearly respect the coach. This is going to be a fun series. It's not going to be easy. I do feel like the Knicks are 100% the favorite. I do think the Knicks should win this series. It's not going to be easy. This is a Sixers team that's gotten really good in the second half of the year. Yes, at times, they tried to take the season away at one point when everyone was hurt. But once they got Maxey back, Paul George, and Embiid got ready for the playoffs, they have put forth a really good this Sixers team has been together for a long time, and they have never been able to be healthy. It's funny, the last time they were actually healthy was when they played the Knicks in that playoff series. But when you look at where they were 3.5 months ago
and then where they were a couple weeks before the play-in to now, they are a good team. They are not – I don't think they are the 7th best team in the East. I do think they are probably, 4 or 5, with the Cavs, Pistons, Cavs, Celtics, Knicks, they are right up there in that group. I do think they are head and shoulders better than the Hawks. I do think they're head and shoulders better than the Magic. And better than – everyone wanted to anoint the Hornets something special when they weren't. Miami Heat were just there, so they didn't get fined. But it's going to be a tough series. I think you're going to probably see Mikal Bridges be the one covering Tyrese Maxey. He haunts my dreams, Halliburton, clearly. Will be the one covering Tyrese Maxey. We'll probably see Josh Hart on VJ Edgecombe, and then OG will cover Paul George. Or maybe Josh Hart's on Paul George and OG's on VJ Edgecombe, and Cat's going to have to deal with Embiid. But on the opposite end, Embiid's going to have to deal with Cat. Embiid's going to have to stretch to the top of the key and deal with Cat being able to get a full head of steam and take it to the rack. And they're going to have to try and hide Brunson. I don't know. Maybe they don't hide Brunson on Kelly Oubre because the size hurts you there. But I think it's worth the risk. You can't have him covering Tyrese Maxey. You just can't. If you're going to live with him on VJ Edgecombe, fine, but you can't have him covering Tyrese Maxey. And then bench-wise, the Sixers bench is not, it's not a deep bench. It's Quentin Grimes and Andre Drummond. I think Barlow's okay. He barely played tonight. Justin Edwards barely played tonight. So if you get Embiid in the foul trouble, you're going to have to go out there. And here's the thing is, too, they're not going to run the same lineups they ran in this series against the Knicks, because when the Celtics are playing a smaller lineup, you can run Oubre and George and, Grimes. Like, you could run a small lineup out there. The Knicks, you're not going to be able to do that, because if you take Cat off the court, you're going to have Mitchell Robinson in there. And if you do decide to go small, you kind of benefit the Knicks in that aspect, because now you're throwing OG, Bridges, Josh Hart, Deuce, or Clarkson, and Brunson. And if we saw the way the lineups rotated games, 3 through 6, where they split up a lot of the Cat and Brunson off minutes, where they didn't have them both sitting at the same time outside of brief periods, that's going to present problems for the Sixers as well. They're not going to be able to sit there and pray, because if the Knicks aren't knocking down threes, they're going to attack you at the rim. And the problem that presented tonight for the Celtics, without having Jason Tatum, is you really only have one guy who could get his own shot off. The Knicks don't have that problem, because you have Cat, you have Brunson, and on a lesser note, you do have OG. 888-808-1019. Matt in the Bronx. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, Gallo, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
Just wanted to make a few comments, and I feel like you really touched upon a lot of key points. So just a couple of quick things I wanted to say. First of all, like, as much as I dislike the Celtics, I was kind of tipping my cap to them that they almost, like,
it would have been pretty impressive if they pulled that off.
Exactly.
Because it's funny, Matt, and I'll let you finish. They go from, all right, you're coming into this game before you know Tatum's hurt, and you're like, man, they're choking this away. But then you hear Tatum's out. They start the game the way they did, and then they almost pull it off. You're almost like, that was kind of impressive. But now that they didn't pull it off, it's nothing more than a choke job.
Oh, of course. And, there's no excuse. You're up 3-1. Obviously, they were outmatched. They were just kind of chucking in the end. The only thing I'll say about the upcoming series is, like, Maxey is a problem for the Knicks. He drives me crazy.
Oh, he was a problem the last time I played him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Maxey is, I would say this, he is every bit, I'd probably still take Brunson over him. Maxey's every bit as talented as Brunson, and he does not get as much attention. Again, not playing in New York, I get that. He is, SGA, I don't know who, there's a couple guys, obviously, I don't view Ant-Man as a point guard, but SGA, Brunson, Halliburton, Maxey's in that group. He's that good.
He is. And one last thing, it's just weird. All year, we're on like a collision course with the Celtics.
Right.
And then it comes down to the Sixers, who obviously are playing at a high level. A lot of people didn't want this matchup now. Gio said it, a couple other people. Here we are. That's why you got to play the games, man. Thanks for taking my call.
I
Gallo.
appreciate you, Matt. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thank you for the kind words, dude. Matt's right. Maxey's not. I'll tell you this much. I'm gonna be that guy. Embiid doesn't scare me as much because he is a fourth quarter choker. That's what he is. He almost did it here. He did it. He does it a lot. It's gonna be exciting tomorrow. We've got the 2 Game 7s, 3:30 Magic Pistons, 7:30 Raptors Cavs. I think the first game's on ABC, second game's on NBC. And then Monday night, we get it's Timberwolves. It's Lakers OKC, so it's Timberwolves versus, why am I drawing a blank on the other Western Conference team? We'll look that up in a sec, but Knicks will play the Sixers 8 o'clock on Monday on, I think it's on Peacock. Spurs, thank you. I can't believe I can't remember that because their series ended so long ago. Yeah, 8 o'clock Monday, Knicks Sixers at the Garden on NBC and Peacock. I don't know what I'm assuming both games will be on Peacock, so it's exciting. We're here. We now know the wait is over, the anticipation is over, and we now have our matchup for the second round: Brunson versus Maxey. Cat versus Embiid. It's exciting. I'm fired up. We now know. I can't wait to get home, listen back to WEEI's reaction to this. I love it. Has become one of my favorite things now that we have access to all this media, is when one of my teams that I hate, whether it's the Celtics or the Heat or the Sixers are one, or in baseball, whether it's the Phillies or the Braves, listening to their biggest media outlets, whether it's radio, TV, influencers on the internet, and we're listening to them crash out. And the excuses that'll come. Because last year, when they were down 3-1 after Tatum got hurt, they were going to be down 3-1 no matter what. The excuses was, Tatum got hurt. And now they choked those 3 games away, and it's going to be, Tatum got hurt in Game 7. Doesn't count. I live for that stuff. 888-808-1019. Matt in Maryland, what's going on, Matt?
Yes, as I was watching this series and I was going through thoughts of which would be better for the Knicks. Was it better for the Celtics or would it be better? Then when I seen Embiid had issues, I said, oh my gosh, both teams got issues. It was like the Knicks had an advantage just on health.
Well, and Matt, I don't want to even play that game because, yes, Embiid looked like he was a little bit banged up there at the end. But I don't want to play that game because all it takes is one game that the Knicks, somebody gets hurt, and the series gets flipped.
That's true.
So you can't project injuries, but listen, it's fair. I think it's a valid way to look at things to say that, listen, do I think that Embiid's going to survive a series where they're going to need him to play 33-plus minutes a night, and even if he's not covering Cat, he's going to have a physical specimen like Mitchell Robinson covering him?
Mitchell Robinson.
I don't know.
And remember the last time they played Embiid, he's a dirty player. He did a lot of whenever he gets frustrated, he did this.
I'm sorry, and I'll never get over that. He was getting beat up by Mitch, and he decided the only way, and I appreciate the call, Matt, he decided the only way that he could stop Mitch from stopping him was putting him in an ankle lock and hurting Mitch, which ended up costing the Knicks in the second round. Believe me, it has not been forgotten. This is what it is. You don't get any easy matchups. You don't. In the chat, Joel won't last the entire series. He already looked hurt. He may look banged up for the rest of his career, so we don't know if that injury is just something he's going to have to deal with, and that's how he's going to look, or if there's something more. Somebody else said, Maxey's the matchup problem. Well, it's only if Brunson... Listen, Maxey's going to get his. It's like Brunson. He's a great player. He's a superstar. He's going to get his points. He's an automatic 30 points. The matchup problem is if Brunson's covering him. I envision they're going to put Mikal Bridges on him. Because you could put Josh Hart, whether you decide to put Brunson on VJ Edgecombe or Brunson on Kelly Oubre, which I don't think they will because of the physicality and the size matchup there where you might be able to get a couple of shots off from the corner from 3 over Brunson. But I'm assuming you're going to get Bridges on Maxey and OG on Paul George, and VJ Edgecombe and Kelly Oubre is where you're going to have to decide where Josh Hart is covering and where you're sacrificing. I would take the risk early on in that series. Let Brunson deal with the size of Kelly Oubre and have your better defender in Josh Hart cover VJ Edgecombe, who's been great. Like, it's probably going to be the second, I don't know what the votings were on the Rookie of the Year voting. I mean, actually, just bring that up because we already got it. Rookie of the Year voting, what is it, 2026? Because Cooper won it, and then I'm envisioning, so Con Knipple got the second place votes, then VJ Edgecombe, which that's fair, actually. I forgot about him for a second. That's the matchup of Maxey is only a problem if Brunson's covering him. So I'm not worried in that aspect. I am worried about Maxey. And, somebody's not happy with, I don't know if he's talking about me, but baseball for 36 years. I don't know. I am talking about the Knicks right now, if that's what's bothering you. Speaking of baseball, it's 1-1 right now in the Mets-Angels game. McClain versus Trout. But we got Sixers. We got Knicks. Game 1, 8 o'clock, Peacock. It is going at NBC. It's going to be a tough series either way. Whether Maxey's the problem or Embiid. And I think that you probably don't. If you put Bridges on Maxey, you can slow him down. He's going to get his. I do think the Knicks can cause problems for Embiid. And we've seen it with him. He has been a guy that when he gets frustrated, he gets off his game very easily. And the one thing the Knicks can also do is, if they want to mix it up at times, in those non-Jalen Brunson minutes, you can throw Mitchell Robinson out there. Or at times, when you don't have Josh Hart on the court, you can throw Mitchell Robinson out there. Because if Cat's covering Kelly Oubre, or you kind of have Mitch cheating off, he would probably be the one covering Embiid, but have Cat covering Oubre or whoever is the least active on the court physically, you could really present problems for this Sixers team. It's a lot different when you're looking at the Sixers versus the Celtics, where the Celtics, Vucevic wasn't healthy, and they don't really, you're throwing Garza and Queta at guys, and they are not, 30-minute stopper types. Mike Hirsch in the chat, I'd like to see the Knicks throw Clarkson, Deuce, Shamet at the Sixers guards. Yeah, I think that you're going to probably see a lot of variations with that lineup. Because also, I envision we're going to get Brunson, takes those lazy fouls at times. There's going to be times where they're going to have to protect Brunson from not just giving up points, but also getting in the foul trouble because they're going to seek him out. That's what happens, and that's just part of the game. The Knicks are just a deeper team. I don't know. We'll go through it right now when you go through the box scores. 26 minutes from Quentin Grimes. No one else on that bench. They played 3 other guys. Drummond played 8 minutes. Everyone else played 2 minutes off their bench. In game 6, they had a bench that, again, it was a little bit more elongated. Quentin Grimes is really the only guy that's going out there playing major minutes off their bench. They're going to have to rely on their starters. Guys get into foul trouble. You're going to have to see what this Sixers bench does. That's the only thing that I think would flip this series on its head, is if the Sixers come out and they're able to survive without really relying on their bench at all. I'm not even going to go to the losses. In the wins, they have really only played Quentin Grimes. So their game 2 win. Justin Edwards played 22 minutes. Andre Drummond played 26, and Quentin Grimes played 21, but they didn't have Joel Embiid in that game. That's really it. They otherwise have not had to rely on their bench. And again, this is another thing the Knicks benefit from. When we're talking about foul trouble, yes, Cat, dumb, gets in the fouls. Mitchell Robinson at times can get in the fouls. If Brunson or Mikal Bridges or Josh Hart get in the foul trouble, you do have Clarkson, Shamet, and McBride on the bench. All can score at times if they have open shots. At times, Deuce has been able to create his own shot. They're all good defenders. Deuce is an excellent defender. So they're not going to be able to hunt fouls hoping to get guys out of the game because the Knicks will just not even get to that point. They'll throw somebody else in there. And if Clarkson's in foul trouble, it's not as bad as if Brunson or Mikal Bridges is in foul trouble. Josh Hart doesn't really take the lazy foul. And that's they're going to have to play on a short bench. The Sixers are going to have to keep up with the Knicks, who have a deep team. And again, if Embiid's going to try and get Cat in the foul trouble, they will throw Mitch out there. And he struggled with Mitch his entire career. That has been a matchup, even when the Sixers had those dominant at times early on in Mitch's career, they are it's a matchup hell for him. Mitchell Robinson presents matchup hells for a lot of guys. And the biggest thing is, again, you're not dealing with a team that's throwing multiple bigs at you. Whereas you play the Cavs, they've got multiple bigs, Allen and Mobley, and obviously the versatility that comes with their bench. If you're playing the Pistons, you have Durant and Isaiah Stewart. It's Embiid. Andre Drummond is playing 8, 6, 8, 10 minutes a night. This is a matchup that is not, I'm not going to say favorable, but they are playing just like everything you're saying that could be a positive maybe for the Sixers is the same positive that could be for the Mets. When you think about it also, God forbid you're in foul trouble. You also can have these minutes where I've always said this. You could throw guys out there to just beat up on people, whether it's Sohan, whether it's Huck Purdy. Let's say you got a minute left in the half and you want to just get a couple defensive stops. You don't want to risk foul trouble. Well, you throw these guys out there and you're not really going to get cooked. And if Cat is operating from the top of the key like he was in those last 4 games or last 3 games against the Hawks, Embiid's going to also have to not just survive foul trouble and he's going to have to be able to put in the effort because if Embiid can't slot off, you're creating matchups in other places. Who is Embiid covering if he's not covering Mitch or Cat in this series? And I'm not saying he can't stop an OG, but it's spreading the floor and the spacing that you present in this matchup. Again, Tyrese Maxey can go off and Embiid can go off. It's in the moments, specifically with Embiid, how is he going to hold up defensively? Not that he's not a good defender, but again, he's hobbled. He is slow-footed at times. And if you bring Embiid out of the paint, again, a smaller roster, a smaller team where, you're rolling out. Yes, you got a couple of long-armed guys off the wing with Oubre and Paul George, but they are not guys that are making up in the inside, if Embiid is dragged out on a corner 3, if Embiid is dragged out at the top of the key because Cat is initiating the offense before he gets into his post action. I thought the most fascinating thing with Karl-Anthony Towns this series was we already knew he was an excellent passer. He's truly one of the more skilled, if not the most skilled big man in the sport. Obviously, he's frustrating, does not always put it together. But if you're bringing Embiid out and he's going to respect Cat on the arc and they're not switching, it's going to open up passing lanes. It's going to create up matchup problems. Then if you run that 2-man game with Brunson, it's going to create issues for the rest of the Sixers team. There, in no facet of this game do I think the Sixers have an advantage. They're 2 stars. Let's just say they neutralize each other. Cat and Brunson, Maxey, and Embiid. The ancillary pieces, they are not as good defensively off of their role players like the Knicks are. They are not as good offensively off of their role players like the Knicks are. In the chat, people say he's not just a great passer, he loves making assists. Yeah, he honestly does. It was the one when he first got here, the one thing that was obvious was how underrated of a passer. Obviously, I wasn't watching the Wolves a ton, outside of national televised games in the playoffs. He really is an excellent passer. And I think that Brown has experimented in the regular season, so he didn't have to do what Tibbs did last year, which was experiment in the postseason with lineups. And we're seeing in those staggered minutes, yes, when Cat and Brunson are out there, they're both initiating the offense at different times. But when you're staggering their off minutes, so when Brunson's out, Cat's in, when Cat's out, Brunson's in, they have found that, they can initiate the offense with Cat. And if Mitchell Robinson's in there, which it's been more Mitch with Brunson, you have the ability to still space the floor and not clog up the paint. 888-808-1019. Steve in Rockland, what's going on, Steve?
Hey, Anthony, my beef, and my beef with the Knicks the first 3 games was that they played like they thought Atlanta was just going to roll over for them. And then when they decided to play basketball, it was no match. Not only that, but look, I don't understand why it took 3 games for the Knicks to recognize, whether it was the coaches or the players, that they had no answer for Karl Anthony Towns, and they were going to force the Knicks. They were going to force the Knicks the ball. They were going to force the ball out of Brunson's hand. All right, which played to the Knicks' advantage, as it turns out.
And I also think that, and I also and it's not your fault, Steve. It is definitely on our end. So I appreciate the call, Steve. We do have a couple of lines that are a little choppy, so I'm sorry on that one. But again, I'll let you know if it's you guys. I normally do. It's us this time, and we are working on it. The Knicks, again, when you build this roster, as Steve was trying to point out, them forcing the ball out of Brunson's hands in the offense that Mike Brown wants to run worked in their advantage because you have Cat being able to initiate the offense. Whereas last year, because obviously we only had the 1 year with Tibbs, they were trying to have, if Brunson was getting the ball forced out of them, it wasn't really like they were trying to initiate the offense elsewhere. But you go out there, and now you do not have the physical bodies that the Hawks had to, absorb. Again, in the same aspect that the Knicks have it, the Sixers don't have the ability to absorb fouls. They don't. So if they're going to try and play physical with Brunson, who is very good at drawing fouls, and force the ball out of his hands, which is very effective, they're now going to have to adjust to Cat initiating the offense at those times and, OG doing his thing. I just don't think they have the deep roster to compete with the Knicks. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. We'll get into a little bit of prediction. We only got an hour and a half left. We'll continue the conversation here about the Knicks. We'll continue the conversation about the Yankees' dominance. The Mets, it's 1-1 in that game, if you care. And we'll get into a little bit of the Jets and Giants as well. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
It's set. The Knicks welcome Joel Embiid and the Sixers into the Garden for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Semis. Is Philly's big man back and ready to do damage? Find out Monday night as Cat and Mitch look to shut him down. The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
Hey Yankees fans, gather a group of 10 or more and take advantage of our 2026 Yankees group ticket specials. Whether you're getting together with family and friends, organizing a fundraiser, or entertaining clients, your group will love bonding over the Bronx Bombers. Start planning your 2026 group outings today. Log on to Yankees.com/groups. Call 212-YANKEES or email us at groups@Yankees.com. That's 2026 group tickets. Call 212-YANKEES or visit Yankees.com/groups today.
I'm Barry Colstein. I am a violin maker. Precision is part of my profession. 5 years ago, when I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, I chose CyberKnife. CyberKnife only hit the tissue that was affected by the cancer. Treatment was 5 days, virtually no side effects. I'm healthy, and I'm basically cured.
For an appointment, call NYU Langone's Perlmutter Cancer Center at 833-1-CYBER. That's 833-ONECYBR.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Accounts subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Been putting off some much-needed painting on the house? Well, stop waiting. Time is running out to get 10% off your painting project. Take advantage of Serta Pro Painters' spring sales event before May 15th. Call 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's Serta with a C.
Texting and driving? Big risk, big consequences. You risk traffic tickets, fines, and if you crash and injure someone, you could even go to prison. Pay attention or pay the price. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Oh, man. You know, we were so focused on previewing the Knicks-Sixers series, I didn't even get a chance to bask in the fact that the Celtics just choked so hard. Oh, man. No pause on that either. What an epic choke job. You know, I had that, the whole time we were in break, I was just sending anyone I knew that was a Celtics fan voice notes. And, including my girlfriend, who's in Hawaii on vacation. So I guess she wins after all, but, had to give her, the big old, Knicks fan L, gif, if you know what I'm talking about. And it's just hilarious because in no possible way, Knicks fans all season, there's no way they could beat the Celtics. They're not even the same class. There's no way they could beat the Cavs. There's no way they could beat the Pistons. And by tomorrow, all those teams might be eliminated. No, I don't. I envision the Cavs and the Pistons to win tomorrow, specifically the Pistons, because, the Magic are free-falling like the Celtics did. But it just goes to show you the negativity of this fan base was so misguided. 888-808-1019. Man, Jack, this is great. We're in a good spot. I mean, the Mets are terrible. McLean's having a terrible start. It's now 3-1 Angels over the Mets as they get ready to lose it. Just the Mets, they can't ruin my vibes right now.
No, you got to be happy that the Boston Celtics just, choked that game away.
Yeah, it has nothing about – it's not even about the matchup. Either way, if the Sixers lost, it's not as fun because the Sixers were kind of in a, playing with house money at that point. But, it's still fun to see Philly miserable. But the Celtics, Boston, title town, they can never do anything wrong. Oh, it was all because Tatum got hurt last year. And you choke a 3-1 lead away in the first round?
A crazy stat was on the TV. I don't know if you saw it.
I didn't.
There was the Boston Celtics, when they were up 3-1 in the series, they were 32-0. Went on winning the series that they had. And then the 76ers were 0-18, went down 1-3 in series play.
And they were, I think it was game 7s against the Celtics. I think it was they had never won one and they played 4 or 5.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So
that's crazy. It's just, dude, that's crazy. That means the Celtics just don't if they're dominating in a series, they are going to get away with, they're going to pull away and win the series. So it's crazy. I mean, especially at home, game 7, oh my God, I'm sure Celtic fans are freaking out, but hey, I do not feel bad.
I don't know.
I don't feel bad for them at all.
I don't feel bad for anyone.
No, why would you?
It sucks. Jason Tatum's hurt. It does. So I feel bad for him. I take it back. I don't feel bad for anyone.
No.
Mike Vrabel is taking L's this week or this month.
Yeah, Boston is not doing well.
And what are the Bruins? I think the Bruins are on the verge. Did they get eliminated or are they on the verge of being eliminated? The Bruins, they were eliminated yesterday. Oh, how terrible, Boston. Man, that's just the worst. My ride home is going to be great listening to WEEI as they're going to tear this team down. They are going to blow it up. Brad Stevens, Executive of the Year. My ass. 888-808-1019. Robbie and Lennox, what's going on, Robbie?
Hey, what's going on? I can't wait to listen to WEI. I tell you, Anthony, put this game in a time capsule because this showed how stupid the NBA has truly become. You're down by 1 point, and Brown's launching threes, and everybody's launching threes the last 2 minutes, and I'm wrapping my rear end off.
I don't want to do this right now, dude.
No, but I want to talk to you about the Knicks.
Okay. I don't want to do about the current state of the NBA. I can't do it.
It's stupid. Well, it's a time capsule.
Robbie, I don't want to do it, dude. You do it every week with me, and it's not changing, dude. Bob Cousy's not walking on the court. It's over. I'm sorry you don't like the NBA anymore.
I watch it. I watch the Knicks. The Knicks actually played intelligent basketball.
Let's talk about the Knicks then.
So let's talk about the Knicks. All right. So I agree with you. I love your idea of putting Bridges on Maxey because Bridges has a long reach. He can extend them into the corner.
Yeah, laterally quick.
Okay. To me, the X factor in this series is OG Anunoby. The one thing about OG, 2 things. He can create his own shot. He can shoot the 3. So that's important that he has an inside-outside game. But what impressed me the most the other night in Atlanta, and I know it's Atlanta, was the Knicks' defense inside and their ability to take the ball away and run fast break. And if they can do that against Philly, I agree with you as far as depth is concerned, but I'm excited about it. Very excited about it. Joel Embiid, you can push Joel Embiid, okay? But one thing I noticed tonight about the Celtics, They had no answer inside. It was comical. I'm sorry, I know about the state of the NBA, but when you're down by a point, you dribble penetrate and you get to the line. And Jalen Brown had every chance to dribble penetrate and get a dish. Anyway, did I ever tell you my best friend works for John Elway in Denver? So I was going to say, yeah, he used to work for. He runs Elway Chevrolet out there. So
I didn't know that.
You're a Broncos fan.
I am.
Yeah. So hopefully, so maybe someday, man, I can talk to me and send you out to Denver.
I appreciate Robbie. Robbie, I love you. I appreciate you, dude.
All right, buddy, you got it, brother.
I can't. I love Robbie. I do. I just can't. I'm sorry. They're not bunting in baseball anymore. They're not. The big man has changed into being a 5-tool player. It's the only reason, and it's more a thing with me and Robbie because Robbie calls it every week and complains about the state of the NBA, and I can't do it. I can't. He is right about the Celtics. They live and die by the three. It's what won them a title. It's what's lost them every single, series, even before Joe Mazzulla got there. It's an analytics-heavy organization. Yes, they're reminding me in the chat that New England also lost the Super Bowl. Cakewalk to the Super Bowl, and you lost it. Embarrassed in the Super Bowl. Embarrassed. You barely beat Jarrett Stidham after finding out Bo Nix blew his ankle out. Oh, man. Boston. I don't know. What are you going to do? You had your run. And the dark cloud is the Red Sox didn't even get a season. You fired Theo Epstein's out. You're forcing them to fire Alex Cora. You got rid of John Henry's cared more about Liverpool the last 5 years than he has the Red Sox. Man, Boston, rough. You still got good cannolis, though. 888-808-1019. Priorities, Jack. That's what it is. You got to have priorities.
Oh, yeah. You gotta set the bar. Yeah, exactly.
I will say this. We're going to have a lot of fun with this Sixer series, and I have a lot of fun with Boston's a great city. I loved Boston the one time I've actually gotten to go and enjoy it. Philly, I love Philly. Philly sports fans, kick rocks. That's just it. We can balance the two. You can balance the two. I love Philly. I'm a big Roots fan, big Jill Scott fan. I'm always out there. I'm not going this year. Well, it was actually 2 years in a row I'm not going. But for like 8 years, I went to Roots picnic in Philly every year. My cousin lives. It's a great city. I hate their sports fans. Boston, amazing city. Hate their sports fans. Both historical cities, too. But 888-808-1019. Michael in Bayville. What's going on, Michael?
Hey, what's going on? Just calling about Boston.
Yes, sir.
Terrible city. They can't win a game. How do you blow a 3-1 lead? Very embarrassing.
It's great. It's embarrassing. It's amazing. We'll get the excuses. Jason Tatum didn't play in Game 7, but none of that mattered in the first 3 games they blew. It's wonderful. We can all unite. I know we're split on our baseball and football teams, hockey teams in this city, but we can reunite in this one. When Boston loses, specifically the Celtics, we all can enjoy it very much.
Yeah, and the Red Sox are absolutely terrible.
Terrible.
Worst team in
and the
baseball.
Bruins, the best part about it, Mike, the Bruins just got eliminated. So, and I know it's Buffalo, but against the New York team. So how wonderful is that?
Patriots lost the Super Bowl. They're terrible, too.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Mike. They did. And if Bo Nix doesn't blow his ankle out, they're not in the Super Bowl. And they're probably, I got to be honest, and I don't even think this is a hot take. This is before Vrabel got hurt. I told you guys this. Don't be shocked if they're struggling to get a wild card, the Patriots, this year. We may have seen between Diana Rossini and the Philadelphia 76ers and the Buffalo Sabres in a 2-week span the death of Boston sports excellence. We may have seen it. How about that? Think about it. If Rossini took out Vrabel, the Sabres took out the Bruins, who were on their last legs anyway, and the Sixers might have just ended this generation of, I don't envision, it's going to be Brown and Tatum back next year, but they got to make changes to that roster. The executive, let me confirm that, NBA Executive of the Year was crowned to the guy, Brad Stevens in Boston. That's who the Executive of the Year was. Just got bounced in the first round to the Sixers with a hobbled Joel Embiid, who have 7 rotational players. That's great. I hope they give comeback player of the year to Jason Tatum. I think they gave that award out already, but it's whatever. Red Sox traded away Rafael Devers. What a 2-year span for Boston sports. 888-808-1019. Our guy, my guy, JR in Somerville. What's up, dude?
What's going on, Gallo?
What's
up? My man, Zach Vaughn. What's up, son?
And people don't know this. You were the first person who texted me. And I literally said to you, I was like, don't say anything because I don't think anyone noticed. And everyone noticed.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, but it was hilarious. And you played it awesome. Good job there. And this is awesome tonight, man. This is a celebration of ineptitude from this franchise, that Boston Celtics franchise, and this is a great celebration tonight, man. This is something where this guy Joe Mazzulla may get coach of the year. He should get fired. He should get fired.
I hope they give him coach of the year because that would be hilarious. Hilarious.
It would be amazing. It would be amazing. And it's funny watching this game and how bad he is. He's leaving Embiid out there on an island with
and especially
with Brown.
late in the game when they needed a stop and they were only down a point, and Embiid with no one around him is knocking down an open 3.
Doesn't send double teams at him. Doesn't send, he just plays this guy straight up with smaller players. They fall short. They lose so many home games. This is so sweet, man. This is what I like. And I'm fired up for this next series. This is the series that, listen, we got a couple games tomorrow. Depending on the outcome, we may get home court, throughout.
Right.
So,
It is funny, and JR, it's not your fault. It's our fault on our side. The lines are a little choppy. I appreciate the call, dude. JR and me have, he's just like me, a little bit more positive when it comes to the Knicks. And you look at the roster that the Celtics made up, the Knicks present so many problems for that team. And after tomorrow, we could be looking at a scenario that 2, maybe all 3 of the teams that we thought we were going to have to get through to get to an NBA Finals are eliminated. I don't envision – I think the Cavs and Pistons are both winning, but I also don't envision the Pistons losing because the Magic have too much pressure. First, Wagner's out, and then you blow a 3-1 lead, and you blow a 3-1 lead with Game 6 at home, which you were up 20-plus points. That is a pressure. That is a level of pressure that you are going to have to deal with for a long time coming. And that game is going, if the Pistons come out strong, you're going to see the Magic slowly shrivel up. As far as the Cavs game, I think it's going to be a good game. I envision them winning. Donovan Mitchell, captain first round. We'll pull it out for them, and that'll be the big one that is going to be the difference in that game. Although, the Raptors were able to overcome, a big shot from Mobley at the end of that game, and then they were on the brink. I get it. You want to be in that. The harder you work, the luckier you get. Whatever the Michael Jordan saying was. They worked hard enough to be in a position that a lucky bounce can help them win a game. So I'm not going to take that away from them. And we'll see what happens. So we got 2 Game 7s tomorrow with 2 teams that could potentially, like JR said, if the Pistons lose tomorrow, the Knicks have home court advantage the rest of the Eastern Conference playoffs. And unlike last year, they actually won home games in the first round. They don't look like they were struggling at home. 888-808-1019. I got time for one more call. Let's go out to James in Middletown. What's up, James?
Hey, what's up there, Gallo?
What's up, dude?
Hey, I just want to talk about the Yankees, man. Goddamn, Judge Judge going off. Benny's great.
Belly's going off.
The
Judge, everybody on the Yankees, they haven't even gotten most of the offense going, and they haven't gotten Cole and Rodon back yet, and they are still head and shoulders. They're a mile ahead of everybody in the American League.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When they get Cole and Rodon back, how good is this pitching staff going to be?
It's going to be elite, and they're going to have a tough decision to make, which is a great thing. You're going to have a decision to make. Oh, man, we have too much pitching, which you never have too much. And they haven't – Jazz hasn't hit. Trent hasn't hit. Like, they really haven't gotten – Judge is starting to turn a corner. Bellinger's starting to turn a corner. So Stanton's obviously hurt. He'll come back. They could get so much better than they are right now.
Yeah, what do you think about Volpe? You think they're going back to shortstop? Or
I think what you're going to see is – you're going to see he's not going to play every day. He's going to get the majority of the reps at shortstop. But what you're going to see is Caballero's going to play a lot of third base. McMahon, he hit for a couple games and then he was right back to being cold. I don't envision them.
He can't hit. He can't hit. He can field. In the playoffs, put him at third during the playoffs in the later innings, but he can't hit.
He's a serviceable bench piece at this point. He's not the everyday third baseman that a lot thought he could be. And he's good enough to be on your bench. He's good enough to be on your bench, be a defensive replacement. He could play a little short. He could play, obviously he's an elite defensive third baseman. And
absolutely.
If I was Boone, I would just say Caballero's my third baseman, Volpe's my shortstop. And if Volpe struggles and his defense takes a hit, well, then you go to McMahon at third again. If not, you let Volpe be the guy, because I think Volpe is far more productive than McMahon as a hitter. So if they're both going to be elite defenders, you're going to stick with Volpe then.
I like that. One last thing. So I'm a Jet fan.
Right.
I like the Bills. That was a catch. I mean, it was an interception, actually.
It was an interception. I mean.
Interception. Yes, it was an interception. I like that, man. Screw the Bills.
All right, I'll take it. I thought we were going the other way there, James. I appreciate the call. I appreciate the call. I thought he was going the other way. It was an interception. We're not going back. We're not going back, okay? We're not. That is so we're not. You can get me off on a tangent here. The Yankees are in. I know we've been talking about the Knicks, but the Yankees are in such a good spot. We do have to take a break before I get into that idea and I get sidetracked. We'll take a break. I'll come back on the other side. We'll dive more into the Knicks Sixers stuff, but I do want to talk about the Yankees have a ton to be excited about, not just with what we've seen, but the potential of how high and far this team can actually go. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
This is what championship teams do against inferior opponents. I mean, they beat them really bad in Game 4. They beat them even worse in Game 5. And then they completely embarrass them in an elimination game in their building in Game 6.
That's right. Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
You've dedicated your life to serving our country. Now let us serve you. This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon is proud to offer military and veteran families unlimited plans starting at $25 a line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome, with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store today to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for eligible military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Plan price includes a $20 monthly account credit for 4 lines. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. At times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
You look like you could use a refresher, a Dunkin' refresher. Try Dunkin's delicious black cherry or berry acai refreshers. One sip and you'll feel refreshed. There's so many delicious flavors like mango, pineapple, or strawberry dragon fruit. So whether you're powering through your day or just pulling up for a little treat, make it a Dunkin' refresher. Dunkin' refreshers, they're the perfect summer pick-me-up. Dunkin' refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station. Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Conference quarterfinals, game 1, Monday night at the Garden, 8 o'clock. It'll be on NBC. And this is pumped up. This is awesome. A commuter series, obviously. And, it's a lot of fun. And somebody who grew up in Central Jersey, as surrounded by, Philly and New York sports fandom as it collided into each other like two waves in the sea. I grew up around a lot of Sixers fans. So this is a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. And we got a lot to get to. Before I get back to the calls, we were talking about the Yankees going into the break, and, they are right now, they look like the best team in all of baseball. They are definitely the best team in the entire American League. And you look at their roster, pitching-wise, you can't ask for anything better. The bullpen to be a little bit more efficient, but starting pitching-wise, they're number one in almost every critical category. They haven't even gotten Cole and Rodon back yet. Offensively, they've been really good, and they've gotten better since their slow offensive start early in the season. Judge is starting to hit. Ben Rice is clobbering right now. Bellinger's starting to hit. Jazz hasn't started hitting. Trent hasn't started hitting. They just called up Dominguez. McMahon hasn't hit at all. Rosario and Caballero have been serviceable. But the Yankees are playing top-level elite baseball. The majority of their offense hasn't even kicked in the drive yet. Offensively, Stanton will come back healthy. You think that Volpe, let's say they slot Caballero to third and Volpe's the shortstop or like whatever it is. You expect that to be an upgrade. Volpe, even though he's not amazing, he is an upgrade over McMahon offensively. You have Rosario you could slot in. At some point, you're going to get Osvaldo Cabrera back. This Yankees offense is going to only get better. Their rotation, which is the best in baseball, is only going to get better. Their bullpen, which has been good, has not been great, has been good. You can upgrade the bullpen at the deadline, and with the additions of Cole and Rodon, you could get better in the bullpen just by adding those guys because somebody's going to have to slot out of the rotation. Exciting times, Yankee fans. I know a lot of you kind of had a negative view of things coming into the season. It is a good time to be excited. So as we get ready, you just handled Boston a few weeks ago, another L that Boston took. 888-808-1019. Very exciting. Exciting time for the Yankees. Exciting time for the Knicks. Exciting times for the Knicks, for the Jets and the Giants, too. And the Mets, not exciting. They're down 3-1 with an out in the sixth. Soto's on first. Alvarez is up. So maybe something happens there. Probably not, but 888-808-1019. Let's get back into these calls. Mike in Middletown. What's going on, Mike? Mike, are you there? Oh, we lost Mike. Anthony in Pennsylvania. What's going on, Ant?
Hey, Ant. How's everything?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Just want to talk about this new series, Knicks Sixers. I'm originally a New Yorker, big Knicks fan, so I live now here in PA, and everyone's now starting to get excited about this series. And wanted to get your thoughts. I mean, what's your prediction? How many games do you think it's going?
Well, I have it, and I got to let you go, Ant, just because our lines are a little choppy today. I'm sorry about that. That's on us, not you. I haven't given it a prediction. I think that I presented to you the matchup problems that everyone wants to talk about, the matchup problems the Sixers are going to present for the Knicks. The Knicks present far more matchup problems for the Sixers than the other way around. The depth of the Knicks roster, all of that, Knicks in 6. And if Embiid struggles to deal with the physicality that Mitchell Robinson and or Cat presents, because Cat has been more physical defensively, if Joel Embiid struggles to be able to deal with the defensive assignment that he's going to have with Cat running around all across the arc, inside the paint, whatever it is, it could be worse. But I say Knicks in 6. I don't envision this getting much farther than there. And there is the inning double play there for Alvarez. So fantastic. The Mets they're trying to ruin my mood. They're not going to. They're trying to do it. And somebody said you should probably try unplugging the phones and plugging them back in. Yeah, well, I believe me, we have the best minds in the business on it. It's probably more technical than just unplug. You think we haven't thought of that? Have you ever called somebody, hey, my computer's not working, or this thing is not working? Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in? Every time they say that to me, it's literally the first thing I did. We're working on it. 888-808-1019. Vic in Long Island. What's going on, Vic?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, dude?
Nothing much. Just thinking, with Cole coming back and Rodon, and if they're exceptionally good when they come back, what do you think about moving Schlittler to be the next Mariano Rivera? I'll hang up and let you talk.
I think, Vic, I'm going to say this respectfully. That is, if I know the phone lines are choppy, you said move Schlittler to the bullpen, to closer. Absolutely unequivocally, no. He's right now, I don't know what the odds are. I guess we can look it up. AL Cy Young odds. I would guess that he's number one in, all right, he's number two with Tariq Skubal is one. What is Tariq Skubal's numbers this year? To be fair, he may be having just as good. All right, it's not even comparable. I mean, yeah, I mean, that is the market, projecting that Skubal's going to only get better and Schlittler will come back to earth. Right now, if you're going statistically, he is the Cy Young favorite in the AL. I know it's early. We're a month in. You're not moving him to the bullpen. Why would you do that? And it's usually the other way around, too. If he failed as a starter, then you move him to the bullpen. The only time you take a guy who's thriving and move him that's a pitcher is usually when it's a guy in the pen that's thriving. You move him to starter because you think he could do it for longer innings. Adam Wainwright. On a lesser note, Seth Lugo, which the Mets dropped the ball on that one. Yes, there is a guy, which, to be fair, Soriano on, which actually, you know what? I am wrong. He would probably be the favorite. Jose Soriano has a 0.8 ERA. Actually, I stand corrected. Thank you, Charles Barkley. Not the actual Charles Barkley, but this guy in the chat's name is Charles Barkley. He said, isn't there a guy in the Angels who's having a historic year? It's right. He's right. So statistically, Soriano would be the lead for Cy Young. My point is, as I am wrong about that, but my point is, you're not moving Schlittler, who's got a under 2 ERA, to closer. Pedro Martinez came out of the bullpen. Thank you. 888-808-1019. Hunter in Secaucus. What's going on, Hunter?
How are you? Thanks a lot for taking the call.
What's going on, dude?
I gotta ask you, I'm driving home from my girlfriend's house.
Right.
25 years old. I'm a Mets fan because of my father, 65 years old. Just where is Steve Cohen's head at here? I mean, I'm listening to this Met game here. It's 3-1. They're lazy. They're feeble. I mean, if everyone could, if someone tells you you've had enough drinks and you're drunk, right? So what's it going to take for Steve Cohen to realize that a change has to happen, or are we just going to, prolong the inevitable until the rest of the season?
So I don't disagree with what you're saying. What is the first change? You want them to fire the manager, correct?
Fire the manager. That's the first thing. First thing has to happen.
Right. And I would just say that I think Cohen has a limit. I think right now he's trusting Stearns because he's paying Stearns. He is I respect it to the sense that he's trying to trust the baseball people. He will There's a limit. There is a limit, Hunter. I will say this though. I always laugh at that comparison. I appreciate the call, Hunter. And before I jump back into that, if somebody tells you you've had too much to drink, you're drunk. It is always funny because when you're making that comment, it's usually somebody who's lacking the self-awareness. Normally, when you tell someone that you have to tell them they've had too much to drink, they're usually going to push back on you. It's usually somebody who's got a problem or just your friend. They had too much. He's a little sloppy. He's not hearing you out. That's always made me laugh. Like if people have been telling you had too much to drink or whatever the saying is, it means you're drunk. Well, that's a rough thing because normally that guy's going to tell, I'm fine. Look, I'm good. When it comes to Stearns, I don't have – when it comes to Stearns and Cohen, Mendoza's going to get fired. And Cohen is not going to have to push Stearns to do it. I do think there's going to be a point. If they go out and they lose all three of these series on the road or, whatever it is, they go 2 I don't know how many games are out there. Let's say 2-7 or whatever. He's going to get fired. He's not going to make it longer than that because at that point, you've now pushed yourself another 5 games under 500. They're not looking at the standings right now. They're looking at getting back to 500. Taylor almost made an incredible diving catch. Joe Torre always used to say it. Like, always, it's getting to 500, then establishing goals from there when you're struggling. They're looking right now to just get this team back to 500. I don't think it's anything more or anything less than that. And they're going to get to a point that they're going to know that the last resort is we have to pull this, break class in case of emergency and fire Mendoza. Cohen is going to have a breaking point at some point, but I do think he's trying to trust the baseball people. And I forgot, I think it was The Athletic. It might have been ESPN. Earlier in the week, there was like a report that put out that a lot of baseball execs don't blame Cohen for what's happening with the Mets. And I get it. He's spent $300+ million. He's invested in analytics and development. He's invested in the farm system. He's done everything you want an owner to do. And the stupid stuff on the internet that, lame grifters try to push off as a problem, they're not really a problem. Like, he's invested in the game day experience. He's invested in infrastructure and development and analytics, all that stuff. He's invested in the roster. What has bit Cohen is him trusting the baseball people. And what are you supposed to do? Because if he meddles and they're bad, you're going to say he's meddling too much. And Stearns, going in the last offseason, there wasn't a person in baseball that thought David Stearns was bad at his job. Going into the offseason that the Mets hired David Stearns, he was the most sought-after executive in all of baseball, removing Theo Epstein, who's probably never getting back into a GM role. He wants ownership. That is what Stearns was. And what has bitten Cohen is him trusting Stearns. And I don't blame him for that. I wanted Stearns. I was singing Stearns' praises up until, this offseason. At some point, though, he's going to have a breaking point. With the manager, I think it's going to be soon. And maybe Stearns does it before he gets to that. With Stearns, I don't think we're going to get a breaking point on Stearns until next year. If they lose 100 games, you have to fire. I don't think you can justify. Like, they weren't breaking the team down to lose. They were breaking the team down to try and win. And Stearns has bottomed out. And I don't care about what contracts they gave these guys. Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, well, Stearns left himself an out because, they could get out of these contracts. They're all short term. No, they're short term, not because they were looking for a way out. They were short term because they're afraid of what baseball finances are going to look like in a year. And they spent $300+ million. Cohen spent $300+ million of his own money on a roster he thought was going to win. And it's just grossly inflated with bad contracts like Manaya's and Bichette's and Senga. Devin Williams is going to be terrible. Luke Weaver's contract. They're both going to look bad when they look like meddling relievers and you're paying them top flight dollar. 888-808-1019. Chris at Seacliff.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
What's going on, dude?
Night. Yeah, so couple things. First off, Will Warren. I mean, what are you going to do with it when Rodon comes back and Cole comes back? He's got to stay in the lineup. I mean, he's got to stay in the rotation.
Right.
Do you agree? Yeah.
Well, I think they're going to have to make a decision. I mean, what I feel like is going to happen, and I appreciate the call, Chris, I think they are going to first, whenever Rodon and Cole come back, I think there's a chance you see them run, even if it's one time through the rotation, a 6-man rotation. What's going to end up happening, though, is Will Warren or Ryan Weathers is going to end up in the pen. Right now, it would favor Will Warren. That's where you'd have to look. You'd have to say this favors Will Warren. He's 4-0. He's got a 2.39 ERA as opposed to Ryan Weathers, who's got a 3.03 ERA. And they both have – Warren's got 37 2/3, and Ryan Weathers has 38 2/3 innings pitched. That's where – the funny thing is they've both given up the exact same amount of runs, but 5 are unearned for Warren, 2 are unearned for Weathers. Warren has less walks. It just everything points to Warren staying in the rotation. They're going to have 3 more weeks, I think, to figure out who they're going to move. Because when Rodon comes back, you're not going to push. I'm trying to think who, because Luis Gil got sent down. You pitched Elmer Rodriguez, but I would assume he's going to not be, whether they send him down before then or even after then, I don't think he's going to be long on the roster, and he may be a bullpen arm. Warren and Weathers, one of them will stay in the rotation, the other one will go to the bullpen. They're not going to DFA them. They're not going to send them to the minor, whatever it is. Maybe they deal. I don't think they deal them either. You're going to deal with that strength and turn it into something that could aid your bullpen. Someone earlier asked in the chat, like, how do they strengthen their bullpen? One, you got to wait and see how guys turn out as the season goes along. You hope Jake Bird and Duvall figure it out. I like David Bednar. I don't think he's elite, but I do think he's a good closer. Fernando Cruz, Tim Hill, they're good. I'm not really worried about them. Hedrick, again, I'm not worried about these guys as pitchers. They definitely need to establish another right-handed guy in the middle of that bullpen. But I'm not looking at it as a completely dire situation. Their bullpen is good. It's just not elite. Like, if I was going to just, like, off the top of my head, they're probably like the 11th or 12th best bullpen, which you need to get better there, but that's a good problem to have if that's your only problem. They have a good closer, in my opinion. You know, Hill, Hedrick, and Cruz are all very good relievers. I still think you could get something out of Yarborough that's been a little bit better than what he's given you. The jury's still out on that on Shivili after he got hurt. So they're going to take one of these starters. They're definitely going to go to the bullpen. Because if you're Ryan Weathers or Will Warren, you don't really have a ground to stand on to be like, I refuse to go to the bullpen. You're going to go to the bullpen. You want to extend your career. So that is a good problem to have. And then at the deadline, you trade for some bullpen arms. Hey, I got a novel concept. Mets are bottoming out. Yankees need some bullpen help. I know a guy. I know 2 guys. Devin Williams, Luke Weaver. I mean, there's Brooks Raley if you want him. Maybe A.J. Minter when he comes back. There's guys. Don't worry. In all seriousness, the easiest thing to upgrade for a contending team is a bullpen, specifically middle reliever, a guy that's going to pitch the 6th, 7th inning, the 8th inning. I think the Yankees need more of that 6th, 7th inning than they need the 8th inning because I think you trust Fernando Cruz, you trust Tim Hill, you trust Hedrick. If you were going to go for that, they have to be a righty because you have the 2 lefties already who are probably your 2 best relievers. And then you trust Bednar to be able to get the job done. I like him. He's inefficient, which is what hurts the Yankees most. Mets get a sac fly, so it's now 3-2 in that one. That's what hurts the Yankees more than anything is the fact that they have a closer who, again, I think is good, but he is inefficient. So even if he gets the save, if he throws 27 pitches or he throws 30 pitches, it's kind of hurting you on how many times you get to use him in that week. So that's really the only issue I see, and it's not an issue. It's just, it's where they can get better. They're not going to need rotation help. Let's say even if they suffered another injury, you're getting 2 guys back, you have Luis Gil. If it's the lineup, yes, if you were to lose one of your big boppers, of course, that's a problem. But they're not in that situation yet. They'll get Stanton back at some point. I'm curious what the diagnosis, if that's been updated on Stanton, as far as where he's at. They placed on injury list. There's been nothing else. Just feeling tightness. And they might have just did that to get an extra bat because, you know, he probably was going to need the full 10 days, and they didn't want to have just him sitting there trying to get ready when they needed an extra bat. And it worked out. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. John and Maspeth, what's going on, John?
Gallo, what's up, man?
What's up,
Watching
dude?
you on YouTube.
I appreciate you,
on
dude.
YouTube. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, I hear you talking about the bullpen for the Yankees. You know, it's when Rodon's back, they got to move Elmer back to the AAA. I feel to.
But then, who do you think they move to the pen? Obviously, they're not going to have to make that decision right away when Rodon comes back.
Yeah.
But Cole's going to come back a week or two after him.
Yeah, well, first off, you got to hope everyone stays healthy because obviously, if someone comes,
You don't
I don't
project
wanna jinx
injury,
it,
though.
but yeah, it'll probably be Weathers, you know. But when it comes to the playoffs, the thing is that we got guys on the roster because in the playoffs you really need a 4-man rotation, and that's going to be Cole, Fried, Rodon, and Schlittler.
Right, of course.
Which means
of course.
You put Weathers, Warren in a bullpen with Luis Hill, and we still got Carlos LaRange and Elmer to go in the bullpen, along with Cruz and Bender and Hill.
It's not a problem. The Yankees do not. It's not an urgent problem. Everything else is going so right for the Yankees.
The bullpen's fine now for the 162 and the playoffs. But the thing is that we got to see if Weathers can.
You know they're
going to
make. You also know they're going. Even if it was a top 5 bullpen in the league, you know they would make an upgrade there at the deadline because they're not going to sit by. They're going to want to get better.
But if we do make an upgrade to bullpen, I don't want it to be at the expense from one of these starters. I don't want to be trade away. Unless it's Hill.
Well, that would be the one thing. I don't think they're trading. They're not going to do that. They won't do that. John, I appreciate the call. They're not doing that. I think that the one thing that Cashman is not going to have to do is give up a haul. Teams are going to have to negotiate with Cashman, Cashman having the ball in his court. Because if the lineup's hitting and the rotation is deep and their bullpen, it's their weakness, but it's not weak, they're not going to have to be desperate to go out and get an arm. They're not. And the Mets did tie the game up. They do actually have 2 guys on right now, 1 out in the top of the 7th. Ronnie Mauricio up at the plate. They don't have to go out there and be desperate. If you're going to make a trade, maybe Luis Hill is the guy. If anything, it's not going to be Lagrange or Legrand, I'm sorry, however you say his name. And it's not going to be Elmer Rodriguez. It's not going to be one of those guys. They're going to it's not going to be Spencer Jones. It's going to be probably Hill because they're not going to need to go and get a top-end closer. Maybe Will Warren or Ryan Weathers. They're not going to eat away at that farm system, which is very top-heavy with arms, which is a good thing for the Yankees. So they're in a good spot. 888-808-1019. Jake in Clifton. What's going on, Jake?
Hey, Anthony. What's up?
What's up, dude?
So I think that the Yankees are really the same good as last year. Just the only difference is Devin Williams. By this time in the season, I feel like Devin Williams already flew like 10 games.
Right. I mean, I think that, I guess I appreciate the call on that. That's an astute observation from you, Jake. I don't think the Yankees are the same as they were last. They were a very good pitching staff last year, first half of the year. They are an elite pitching staff right now. And last year, they didn't have Stanton, obviously, but they were hitting the cover off the ball, pitching well. The bullpen was struggling, yes. The difference is they actually haven't hit like they did early on in the season last year. Their starting pitching is immensely better. My point is with the Yankees right now is they're the best team in the AL, and they are not 100% healthy, and their offense has not really hit its stride yet. They're only going to get better in every aspect. Starting rotation will get better because of health, and that health will provide relief for the bullpen where you can add guys there. Offensively, they'll get better when they get Stanton back. I do think Volpe will be a bump in the short term for what Ryan McMahon has struggled with because you can move Caballero there. So the Yankees are only going to get better. The sky is the limit with this team. And a good point would be the other thing that they would want to go after is a third baseman who can hit. But why would you, again, if you don't have to chase for a big fish and there's a guy out there that's serviceable, that is an upgrade over both Caballero, or all three, Caballero, Volpe, and McMahon, then yeah, sure, you add him to third base. But if you're going to add a guy who's just adjacent to McMahon, Volpe, or Caballero, why would you do that? You already have Rosario on the roster. 888-808-1019. The Mets with the challenge, so they got the bases loaded now as the Angels make a change. Tommy in Ridgefield.
How are we doing, sir?
What up, Tommy?
We're having a wonderful Saturday evening.
Oh, yeah, that is very true. I agree.
Just wanted to get your take on, you touched on a lot of it. I think Tim Hill is like the lights-out version of the Yankees, 7, 8 relievers. And I really can't complain about much. God forbid you move Weathers to the bullpen.
Right. It's a great problem to have, Tommy. Like, it's an awesome problem to have.
The fantastic Michael Kay has always said a good problem to have is still a problem, but I'll take it.
Well, it's not a problem. I appreciate the call, Tommy. That's kind of a lame way to put it, because the problem is not an actual problem. The problem is you have 5 rotation slots, maybe 6, but you have 7 really good starters. That's not a problem. It's a problem in the sense it's a tough decision. How about that? That's a better way to put it. It's a tough decision. It's not a problem. And it's a solution to what may be a problem down the road, which is your bullpen. I don't think it will be, but that is a possibility. Matt in Hartford. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, what's going on? How are we doing tonight?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. I hear us talking about Cole and Rodon, and we got a deep starting staff, but I'm worried that I'm going to see a stat come late July, early August that says Yankees pitching staff now versus beginning of the season. You got a guy like Rodon. He's not efficient. I've had worries about him before. Cole, I'm not as worried about, but, I don't know what your thoughts on this are, but that guy scares me. I really don't know what to think about Rodon.
I get this, and it's a weird thing that you Yankee fans do with Rodon, but he's been pretty good for the Yankees. He had a 3.09 ERA last year. In the second half of 2024, he was really good. So he's won 16 and 18 games as a Yankee. It's tough for me if he's your 4th or 5th starter. Like, he's most likely to be your 4th starter. And I appreciate the call, Matt. I can tell you this much. As a Met fan, I wish that was my problem. What's our 4th starter's sub-4 ERA going to be? I don't know. I'm not as – I get the worry because they're pitching so well. If I was you, I would think that I don't want to be the guy that they don't add anyone. Like Rodon and Cole never came back, and it's like, oh, look at what the rotation was early and look at it now. No, you want these guys to come back because they're going to be firing on all cylinders, and they're going to be out there, and maybe you have a drop-off from Fried and Warren and Weathers and Schlittler, but Cole and Rodon come in, and they're the fresh arms that are pitching great. 888-808-1019. Teddy in Yonkers. What's up, Teddy?
Hey, Anthony, you're my favorite. You know that.
I appreciate you, Ted.
Anthony, 2 points. One on the Yankees and then a quick thing on the Knicks. Anthony, I agree with you. We have an excellent starting pitching staff.
Right.
The bullpen, I get a little queasy at times about it, but I think it'll work out. But here's my question, Anthony.
Uh-huh.
When we get to the playoffs,
right,
we have to perform as a starting staff like we're doing now. And if we perform like we did last year, I don't think you and I can characterize this pitching staff as excellent.
No.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, Teddy. It's absolutely fine. But I'm going to just say this. We can always point to every playoff failure and find it. Last year, the Yankees hit, they didn't pitch. Previous years, they pitched, they didn't hit. I can't sit here and tell you that I expect these guys to fall off a cliff. And Schlittler didn't. Schlittler wasn't the problem. Like, I can't expect these guys to fall off a cliff every year. So right now, all I can do is look at what's in front of me and say, this is the best pitching staff in baseball, and they're going to continue to do this. and you worry about it when you get to the postseason.
I agree with you, Anthony. Excellent point. Anthony, do you pick? I was more scared of Philly than Boston. I told that to my friends, and I heard a lot of people say the same thing. Anthony, Philadelphia 76ers are going to be tough as nails. Do you agree? And do you pick the Knicks to ultimately beat Philly? I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say. Anthony, thanks for giving me the time.
I appreciate it, Teddy. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I think the Knicks are going to win in 6. Juan Soto just struck out with the bases loaded, so there's a great chance for him to get some RBIs and not in a solo home run, and he strikes out. The game is tied, but fantastic. Thank you so much, Juan Soto. Juan Solo, as some call him. Not I just did call him that, but that's what some people call him. Oh, we got a half hour left. I will get to your calls in a second. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Stay tuned. We'll continue the Yankees conversation. We'll continue the Knicks Sixers preview. All that right here.
It's set. The Knicks welcome Joel Embiid and the Sixers into the Garden for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Semis. Is Philly's big man back and ready to do damage? Find out Monday night as Cat and Mitch look to shut him down. The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. After years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. With Red Pocket Mobile, you lock in your rate and you keep it. No price creep, no sudden jumps, just straightforward pricing and premium 5G plans starting at $10 a month. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
You bastard, Jack. I gotta take this out of my folder. It's in my folder, to be fair. I don't really list anything. You know what? Maybe this is a good juju. Maybe this is the turning point here. Watch, if the Mets give up a big run here, that'll be hilarious. But I haven't played that song since, like, June of last year.
I literally, like, just went in your folder, got the first song, and I was like, oh, I'll play this coming back. And I played, I'm like, wow, you're just, like, not a good guy. like, I'm just, like, a bad person.
I just sat here and I was like, oh, I forgot to delete this out of my folder. No, but it is a good song. It is. I'm not going to lie.
It is a great song.
It's not. I don't listen to it anymore. It's actually a good song. Like, take away the fact that it was made by a guy and it's attached to great Mets memories.
Sure.
I don't listen to it anymore because it almost, like, sends. Again, another example. Last year, we could have brought back Jose Iglesias as a nice bench piece just to have him in the locker room. We didn't do that. It's unbelievable.
I know. As soon as it started playing, I'm like, wow, you're just not nice.
Yeah, it was messed up.
That was messed up.
You brought the mood down, Jack. I'm kidding. I am joking. But.
No, you're not wrong.
We both shot up. Like, it was like the worst thing that could have been played.
I know. It's like, bro, really?
888-808-1019. Jeff in South Florida. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, so that's a good example of the incompetence of the boy genius, Stearns.
It was. It's like a triggering of incompetence. Like, we know, we don't even have to think. Our body just feels the negativity that David Stearns has brought upon this franchise.
Yep. I mean, the only thing that's comparable is Brewery with the Rangers. And the difference, they were both in the Final Four 2 years ago, and the difference was the Rangers didn't collapse last year. They just were bad. But, no, it's just, like I said, I tell people, I think if you just look at it, I want to talk about the Sixers, but once you get that song, it
ruins everything. And I got to let you go, Jeff. The lines are a little choppy, and with the car noise, it was making it tough to make out what you were saying. I'm sorry, bud. I know you were on hold. I apologize, dude. We're going to get it figured out. In Oyster Bay, what's going on, Anthony?
The Mets. How do you have a $300 million payroll and no first baseman? It doesn't make sense. You let your franchise home run leader walk for Jorge Polanco. Make it make sense. David Stearns is the devil. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. The team can't win a game. They're going to lose. The season's over, and it's not even May. They're not even going to give their fans a summer to enjoy. It doesn't make any sense.
And I wish I had an answer for you, dude, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And then your 300, 500, whatever it is, $700 million superstar strikes out with the bases loaded tonight. So it only gets worse. It feels like when it can't get worse, it gets worse. And it's funny. We should be kind of hopeful for what's going on here. And I appreciate the call. They're coming back another night. They're coming back. It's 3-3. It's almost identical to last night. And now we're sitting here, and it just doesn't feel, nothing feels good. I'm going to be excited if they win this game. If this game's going to be on when I get off air in 20 minutes and the great E.J. Stewart takes over. But the disaster that is this Mets season. And put it this way, my girlfriend went to Hawaii. They're having a blast. She sent me food. Believe me. I'm getting all the pictures. It's awesome. They're having a great time. My cousin's celebrating her birthday. My sister and my cousin have gone to all 49 states. This was the 50th, so it's like the significance of it. And, I couldn't make it out there, but she's out there with them. And she said, you know what the best thing about going away is? I don't have to deal with you being miserable every night because the Mets did something tragic. I was like, all right, that's fair. I get it. And they're going to throw Brazoban into the dirt. This guy, he's been great for them this year. And all they do is he's the only guy that Mendoza trusts. He's trying to save his job, but they're going to blow this guy's arm out before the season's even close to being over. So, the Mets are not ruining the vibes tonight. I promise you that. Yankees are dominant. The Knicks got their playoff matchup against the Sixers. The Celtics choked. Boston's in the mud. They've hit rock bottom. The Bruins got eliminated yesterday. The Celtics got eliminated today. Mike Vrabel is, or really Diana Rossini is single-handedly tearing down the Patriots. The Red Sox suck. Their owner cares more about the soccer team he owns than his baseball team. This is fantastic. Incredible. And it's so funny. All the Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum clips about how they want to play the Knicks, all this stuff. Brown talking about Embiid. It's hilarious where they ended up. Jaylen Brown, they could go to Cancun. Jaylen Brown could go to Turkey and get his hair figured out. So, it's, there's a silver lining after all for the Celtics. And it's gotten to a point here where now, and this is a good thing. I know that sounded off like I was going to be bad. Tomorrow is going to be fun because we get the 2 Game 7s. All I want right now is Monday night, 8 o'clock, Peacock, NBC. And I'm going to be jacked up. It didn't matter who they were going to play. I was going to be jacked up either way. But today I kind of came in and it was just trying to figure out who we're going to play. And then you finally get the opponent and now you get excited. And I do think the Knicks got not an easy matchup, but I do think they favor in this one way more than people think. And I know a lot of you say you're afraid of playing the Sixers, but when you look at how shallow that roster is and the matchup problems that only really the Cavs, other than the Knicks, that they present for the Sixers, the Celtics and Pistons, the Magic, they couldn't present this for them. You have to feel good. Mitchell Robinson is going to be such a big factor. I would say Mitch and Deuce are going to play such a major role because they're going to have to, obviously Clarkson and Shamet and Jose Alvarado to a lesser extent, but they're going to have to play such a key role in moments when guys are in foul trouble and guys are, banged up or whatever. They want to get them a breather. They're going to have to come in and shoulder the load defensively at times. Deuce is we're going to get Deuce on Maxey at times. We're going to need Mitchell Robinson to be the X factor he's been in so many of these playoff series and so many of these big moments for the Knicks in the past. And that's really where this team is at. Again, the Sixers, They play Andre Drummond about, 6 to 10 minutes a night in the playoffs. They play Quentin Grimes like 20, 25 minutes a night. They really don't play anyone else on that bench much. So the Knicks, on the other hand, you have Mitchell Robinson, you have Deuce, you have Clarkson, you have Alvarado, and you have Shamet. And the good thing is about whether it's Shamet, Clarkson, or Alvarado, they may not play one night, and then the next night they may play 15 minutes. Alvarado has been really good in his minutes have been small in bursts of 4 minutes at a time, and they've been really energetic minutes. He's been a spark plug. He's kind of been a nuisance to other teams. When he drew that technical in, I think it was a game 4 or game 5. When he drew that technical, that was huge. I think it was game 4. They are built to win. Shout out to Jack Carty on the other side, holding it down all night, by the way. And we got to have a bunch of excitement with this Knicks team. We got a big dub, the biggest in NBA history, points-wise. And when you look at the keys that they're going to have to not fall into, like these negative traits we've had, they cannot get into moments where the isolation, you're going to get iso ball at times. You're going to need to get a bucket. So sometimes you got to rely on Brunson or Cat to just do their thing and get you a bucket. It cannot drive the offense. They're also going to need to get into the fact that OG Anunoby has to play with the same confidence that he's played with over the last month, including that first round, specifically games 4 through 6. And they're going to have to step up and be consistent. I think Brunson favors better against the Sixers than he would have against the Celtics. That doesn't really matter for the rest of the team, but I do think Maxi's not a bad defender, but what helps them is the ability to not have a physical presence. Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Like, these guys were more physical. Maxi's going to have to not be physical. Like, Dyson Daniels gets 4 fouls, and it's only halfway through the third. Who cares? The guy's a black hole offensively. Maxi can't be in foul trouble going into the third. They're going to need Maxi to play 40 minutes a night to have a shot in the series. 888-808-1019. Mitchell in Philly, what's going on, Mitch?
Howdy. I was just watching the Sixers game, and I've got...
Mitch, I got to let you go. There was a clipping noise there. It was a little too prevalent. I actually don't think that was on our end. Most of them have been on our end this night, and we'll figure it out. Just bear with us. He was going to say he was from Philly, and it was about what the Sixers' weaknesses were. But it is, if you want to look at what problems the Knicks present for the Sixers, one, start with Embiid. Whether it's defensively, where you have Cat and Mitchell Robinson, who's an elite interior defender, Cat, who has been better defensively. Their size is better than what the Celtics were throwing at Embiid. The other thing on the other side of the court, Embiid's going to have to cover Towns. If not, he's going to give the Sixers hell with the smaller guys on him. And if you put Embiid on Towns for the majority of the game, he's going to have to play out, or it's either Towns is going to be shooting threes all night, or Embiid's going to have to respect that and jump out. What that does is create a crater in the interior and creates problems for the Sixers. And when it comes to Maxey, you have the ability to throw either Josh Hart, it's going to most likely be Bridges, but you have the ability to throw Josh Hart, Bridges, Deuce, Shamet, and Clarkson, which means you can absorb some fouls, you can hide guys in foul trouble, you can throw multiple looks at him so he never gets in a rhythm. He's going to get his, but you got to slow him down. That's the key. You're not going to stop him. You got to slow him down. And for the rest of that roster, you're going to have OG covering Paul George most likely. Maybe at times he'll help out on Tyrese Maxey, but you're going to have OG covering Paul George, and that's going to present problems. Paul George is still a good player. He is not the once thought of superstar. He had 23 points in Game 6. He was very good in Game 6. He can knock down the three still. And Game 5, he had almost had a triple-double. He had 7 assists and 9 rebounds. If you're putting OG on him, OG will have to respect the 3. He's also, again, somebody who's going to be super physical with a guy who's going to have to deal with that now for over 40 minutes. And he could switch off. At times, Bridges could cover him. The key is how they end up hiding a guy like Brunson at times where they're going to search for him. I'm assuming Brunson's either going to be on VJ Edgecombe or Kelly Oubre. I would take the chance and give the size matchup. I know Oubre is a lot bigger than Brunson, but I would take the chance that for some of the game, you're putting him on Oubre. You know, Oubre's 6'8", which is a problem. But if he's playing outside the arc, this is the key. I'm workshopping this right now. But if you're doing that, it's going to be a quick switch if it's not working. And you're going to have to live with VJ Edgecombe and Brunson being the matchup. That's where. And I don't think VJ Edgecombe is going to carry them to a series victory. But he will present problems for Brunson. If we run the same starting lineup, it's Brunson, Bridges, Hart, Anunoby, and Mitch, and Cat, which it'll be. Cat will be on Embiid. OG will be on Paul George. Mikal Bridges will be on Maxey. Josh Hart will most likely have to be on Oubre, unless they decide to put Josh Hart on Maxey, but then you're putting Bridges on Oubre. They're most likely not going to put Brunson on Oubre. He's going to be on VJ Edgecombe. The other thing is, too, this is the aspect I like. Teams like to be physical with Brunson. They're not going to be able to do that and sacrifice, whether it's Oubre or George or Edgecombe. They're not going to put Maxey on him. Maybe they do. But if they do, they're not going to be able to sacrifice being physical with him and him being able to draw the foul, which he does very well, and be able to survive that. Because you have a shallow roster. Like tonight, they only had Justin Edwards and Dominic Barlow play 2 minutes apiece. Drummond played 8. Quentin Grimes played 26. The only game that they really played a deep bench was when Embiid was out early in the series. They won game 2. They're not going to do that this series. They're not going to have the ability to do that. And if they do, they're in trouble. Awesome show. Shout out to Jack Carty. Shout out to Nick Theodoro as well. The great EJ Stewart up next. I will be back next week. I think it's noon to 3 p.m. Same day on Saturday. We'll hopefully be celebrating a very dominant early start to the Knicks series. Hit me up on X. You can always search my name, Anthony Gallo, WFAN on X, or it's Pico Day _Gallo. Hit me up on IG as well. I'll see you guys around. Hopefully I have a better showing this week in the wheel, and I don't mess up athletes' names. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Stay tuned. EJ Stewart is up next.
Sports Radio 101.9